All right, 2017 CR 1505, Otis Tyrone McKane, here for the state.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. We have a matter we would like to take up prior to the jury coming in.
All right, and the defendant is present in the courtroom as well. Defense?
Judge, it's our understanding that the state is calling Detective Duke, who the court is aware from prior hearings, pretrial hearings, is the detective that took the defendant's statement. And it's our understanding the state intends to introduce the video statement of Mr. McKane at this time through this witness. The first objection we would have, Your Honor, we have talked about the redactions. The first objection we would have is under 3822 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. The statement of the defendant is admissible. And we would submit to the court that on this video, there are a lot of statements of Detective Duke that he is making in a narrative manner. And so we would object to any statement of Detective Duke coming in at this time, as it does not meet the requirements of 3823. And without waiving the objections that we have at the pretrial, which is that Detective Duke, pursuant to the requirements of 3822 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, did not directly ask Mr. McKane if he asked him if he understood his rights. One of the requirements, and I understand the case law, Your Honor, however, just to preserve the record, he did not ask him if he waived those rights prior to beginning questioning. At some point, Chief McKay comes in and again asks Mr. McKane if he understands his rights, but does not ask him if he waives his rights. And so for those reasons, we would also, just again to preserve the pretrial matters, that the statement is not admissible. And then there's one issue that at the pretrial hearing, Your Honor, not throughout the statement, but at different times in the statement, Mr. McKane expresses remorse or regret over the events surrounding San Antonio Police Officer Benjamin Marconi and his death. At the pretrial hearing, outside the presence of the jury, obviously, Detective Duke was asked by the state whether he believed that the defendant's remorse was sincere. And Detective Duke responded, we are asking the court to instruct the state to not ask those questions, and also to instruct Detective Duke that he is not to comment on that from the stand in the presence of the jury, either through a motion in limine or, if you want to rule right now, in the sense that Detective Duke is not qualified on the sincerity of remorse. He lacks personal knowledge. It calls for speculation. And it invades the defendant's right to remain silent to the Fifth Amendment as applied to the 14th Amendment to the states. And under Article 1, I believe either Section 9 or Section 10, Your Honor, of the Texas Constitution. For those reasons, we'd ask the court to rule in our favor on that, on all the issues, obviously, but if you can take them one at a time, Your Honor.
All right, state.
So in regards to the Detective Duke's statements on the video, those need to be introduced to give the defendant's statements context. You can't turn an interrogation video into Swiss cheese, because then his responses won't make sense. The court wants to issue a limiting instruction as to which responses can be considered for the truth of the matter asserted or whatever, and which are only for context. I'll leave that to the court and the defense. But the interrogator and the subject, they both of their utterances need to be there so the jury understands the context of any given response. As to, what was the second objection?
That neither Detective Duke or Deputy Chief McKay inquired of whether he waived those rights as is stated verbatim in the Article 3822.
So the law says that you don't have to have an express waiver, and that's been held time and time again. If a subject understands his rights and indicates so, and the police proceed with the interrogation and he gives responses, the implication is that he has waived his right to remain silent.
Additionally, on that matter, Judge, the court has already had a hearing on the defendant's statement, and this exact issue was brought before you during that hearing, and you overruled the defense objection to that.
That's true, Your Honor. And then on the third one, Your Honor, on the remorse, obviously we didn't object to that at the pretrial hearing because it had no bearing at the time. But in the presence of the jury, we believe now it has no bearing.
Now, I believe it was your question that you asked that to, but maybe we both
I
did.
may be wrong. You know, you're just exploring that pretrial hearing, so I don't want to blame the state for that, Your Honor. Maybe I asked them. However, in the presence of the jury, I guess neither them or us or whatever, it's not within the province of Detective Duke to opine on that issue, Your Honor.
Okay, so you want me to take up each statement individually, or because all of this is on video, right?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that any time it's not that it's not McKane's statements that we're objecting to. So let's say McKane says, "I'm very sorry I did it," or "Oh man, I feel remorse," or "I regret doing it." We're not objecting to those. Those are the statements of the defendant. We're objecting to Detective Duke either through me or through the state. You know, again, I don't have that kind of memory. But I remember Detective Duke testifying that the defendant's remorse was either fake or not sincere or something to that effect, Your Honor. And that's what we're objecting to, that the state not get into it on the sincerity, the truthfulness, the fakeness, whatever, of Detective Duke's opinion of that.
And that's through the direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if I open the door, well, I guess I'll open the door, but I'll try not to open the door.
Judge, if they open the door by asking him about whether or not the defendant expressed remorse, that opens the door to the detective saying, in my opinion, he wasn't expressing genuine remorse, and it's up to the jury to make the determination as to where the truth lies. So they can't have their cake and eat it too by saying he expressed remorse, but you can't say anything about whether because the defendant lies multiple times throughout this confession. So for them to say people have to take him at face value when he expresses his remorse, it's just not true. The jury makes that determination. So if they want to go into that, whether or not he expressed remorse, that's a factual issue as to whether or not somebody's remorse is genuine. And the detective who was lied to continually throughout this proceeding can certainly express an opinion as to whether he believed the remorse was genuine or not.
Your Honor, I think if I were to ask Detective Duke, here in this part where he says, where McKane told you, I'm sorry I did it, let's just say. And I say, do you think it was genuine? Yeah, they can come back. But if I just ask him, did he tell you I regret killing Officer Marconi? He either says, yes, he said it, or no, he didn't. It's on video. I can point out things on video. If I ask him to comment on the genuineness of it, then I understand I would open my own door. But, you and I have been trying cases a long time.
Okay. So I'll overrule the first two objections. I'll sustain the third one about the officer's opinions regarding the remorse, and I'll grant you a motion in limine on whatever it is that you want.
Okay, so long as no one gets into the sincerity or fakeness or how truthful it was or whatever about
remorse.
About remorse, right. So I'll grant him a motion in limine on that.
Okay.
Well, or could Ms. Strauss approach if she feels like the door is open to talk to the court before?
That's what a motion in limine is.
Right. No, I didn't. But it sounded like maybe you were just doing a flat ruling saying you can't go into that. You were sustaining it. As long as we can approach, that's fine. Thank you, Judge.
You got it.
But Judge, I want to make sure also clear for my cross that I can ask Detective Duke, did Mr. McKane tell you, because we have a transcript, no one's going to hold the officer to that transcript, it's not official, the state can use it, I think, instead of us going at 21:13 on the video, did he say this, did you say that, through the unofficial transcript I can say, okay, and at some point that Mr. McKane told you, I regret doing what I did. And that's the only question. That doesn't open my door to the sincerity of that statement by Mr. McKane. You see what I'm saying?
The court has to make that decision at the time.
Yeah, so what I'll do is so you can ask whatever you want during cross, and then if the state wants to approach regarding the motion or limine, then we'll take it out as we deal with it.
Yeah, for example, Judge, just to put it into context, he says, did he tell you, did he express remorse? Yes. He also told him, I didn't kill Detective Marconi, which was obviously not the truth. So it all depends on the context, and that's why we want to keep the door open to approach it.
You got it.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
I may want some more clarity on that at some point, but right now let's get started.
Well, if you wanted to, before you begin your cross, you could approach as well.
And then I wanted to put something on the record. Grab a marker. 329. Judge, regarding the exhibit, State's Exhibit 329, that is the defendant's DVD statement, the defendant has informed us that the only objection they have to the contents of the statement was the defendant's statement regarding a robbery that he said he had been arrested for, that he said he didn't commit, and he was in jail for a week. And so they asked that we remove that portion of it, and we agreed to. And so other than that, they didn't ask for any other redactions.
And that's accurate.
Okay.
So when I have Detective Duke testify, I want to say pursuant to, a court order or court. I don't know what's it. Because there is a redaction, there is an edit based on the defense request. So I just want to make sure that I say it such where there's no objections from the defense based on Detective Duke's testimony.
Just on the record.
Yes.
I think you've done it.
Well, yeah, and then just briefly, how did the redaction occur? Is the video stopped and started, or just silence?
There's stop and start.
Okay, so there's a gap in the video and the
No. It just, it's
like spliced.
It's spliced, right? It goes straight there.
Okay.
All right, it's on the record.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you've had a pleasant day thus far. This is an aside, but just to sort of keep you in the loop as best as we can. I know I told you 1 o'clock. The parties requested a hearing outside of your presence, so we already took care of that. And if you're wondering what goes on during the day, on days like today, this particular court has over 2,000 other cases that are pending at the same time. And that's not counting things like motions to revoke probation and things of that nature, which all require hearings. So we try to squeeze those in as fast as we can, as quick as we can during this trial. Every week, every criminal district court gets about 30 new cases. And so those other cases are all still pending, and there's issues that have to be heard at times. And so that's kind of what's happening, just so you know. We're trying to go as rapidly as we can, but as fairly and efficiently as we're able to. All right. So, State, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time the state calls Detective Mark Duke.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Can do.
Right. May you need to adjust the microphone. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Okay. I'm Detective Mark Duke, M-A-R-K-D-U-K-E. I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit where I've been for the last 11 years. And before that, I was assigned to patrol for 15 years. In the last 7 of that, I was an FTO, which is a field training officer. I trained the new recruits when they would graduate from the academy.
All right, thank you, Detective Duke. Would you please tell the jury a little bit about your duties as a homicide detective?
Sure. We investigate any death that has the potential of not being a natural death. Suicides, accidental deaths, all homicides, all murders, capital murders, all officer-involved shootings, in custody deaths. I think that about covers it.
And how is a particular case assigned to you as a homicide detective?
In San Antonio, we have 2 teams. Back then, we had 2 teams of 7. Now we have 2 teams of 8. Each team would be responsible for half of the week. The team I'm on now is responsible for anything that occurs from Sunday till noon on Wednesday. So if something takes place during that time, our team handles it. We have a rotation within that team. If I get a case, then I go to the bottom of the rotation. And then I have time to work that case until I come back up. And when you're up, you handle all deaths until you catch a homicide or a murder. And I mean, that varies from time to time, you know. But you go to all the suicides, all the accidental deaths, everything.
Are you able to tell us approximately the number of death investigations that you have been a part of in the last 11 years?
I don't know the answer. I can tell you that we get about we're lead investigator on probably 12 or 13 murders a year, about 1 a month. We're also wingman or we assist another detective the same amount. So that's about 20, mid-20s every year. And then we go, suicide rate's 2.5 times that of the homicide rate. So you can multiply that. I think San Antonio is probably a little higher because of our military population. So about 3 times that of the homicide rate. We go to all the suicides, all the accidental deaths. So probably within a year, I think you could easily investigate 40, probably 40, or you could be part of 40 death scenes a year probably, or more maybe.
And you're referring to one homicide detective having 40 or so death investigations, and there
Well, being a part of it.
Or being a part of it, right?
Correct.
And there are 16 homicide detectives at the San Antonio Police Department?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not sure, I know you said that you have been a police officer 25 years. Has your entire police career been with the San Antonio Police Department?
It has.
And you're currently a homicide detective with the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know Detective Benjamin Marconi?
I did.
Okay. And how did you know Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Detective Marconi was assigned to the Special Victims Unit. Homicide and SVU are housed on the same floor of Public Safety Headquarters. We're all on the 3rd floor. So I would see him every day because we worked in the same place. And, you know, we would occasionally interact. And sometimes we cross over and will assist one another on certain occasions. So that's how I knew Ben.
So let's go back to November 20th of 2016, a Sunday. Were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your normal working hours?
7:45 a.m. to 5:45 p.m.
And sometime around, or shortly after, 11:38 a.m., were you notified that there was an officer down outside police headquarters?
Yes.
And how were you notified of that?
Well, we have the radios on, the police radios on. We monitor what's going on, and we heard a broadcast for an officer down. I believe there was an e-tone put out, so that's how I first became aware.
And an e-tone is what, sir?
Emergency tone.
And so when you heard the e-tone about an officer being down, did the e-tone also say where the officer was?
I believe it did. Yes.
And so upon hearing that, what did you then do?
Well, myself and everybody that heard it on the radio, you know, when they realized where it was, headed down to the scene.
And when you got down to the bottom floor, right to street level, what did you observe?
Well, I observed a patrol vehicle with emergency lights on, a vehicle that looked like it had been pulled over. I saw some people, some officers, you know, like they were tending to someone, which turned out to be Ben.
And when you said it turned out to be Ben, do you mean Officer Benjamin Marconi?
I do, yes.
And so at first, did you know it was Ben Marconi, or Benjamin Marconi, when you got down there?
Not at first.
But shortly after being down there, you were made aware of the identity of the officer?
Well, I knew Ben, yeah, so, yes.
And so you said you saw several individuals or officers tending to him. What were they doing?
Well, they were trying to provide emergency first aid.
And were you present then when the ambulance pulled up?
Yes.
And what did you then observe regarding the ambulance?
They just, you know, quickly got him ready to transport and left. I mean, they were there very, very quickly.
And at what point were you assigned as the lead homicide detective in the capital murder of Officer Benjamin Marconi?
Well, I was up for the next murder that occurred, regardless of what it was or who it was. So as soon as it happened, I mean, it was my case.
So what was your first step in terms of the investigation at that point, after you were made aware that Officer Marconi was shot? He was taken away in an ambulance to SAMC. Did you learn shortly after his arrival about his passing?
Yes, we got the official word, I don't know, hour and a half maybe. But after speaking with people that were there, I mean, I think we all knew that.
And were you made aware within a short period of time, or at some point early on, that an individual by the name of Kevin Wilkinson had some information that he had passed on to a sergeant?
Yes.
Okay. And with that information, what did you then do?
Well, we wanted to speak to him. We wanted to get his statement. He had overheard a conversation between the sergeant and the detective that he had just relayed that info to. So we wanted to get his statement right away and see what we could learn from that.
And just for to remind the jury, who is Kevin Wilkinson? And where does he work?
Well, At the time, Kevin was a civilian, and he was working the front desk. It's like an information desk in the lobby of the public safety headquarters. He has since gone through the police academy and become an officer.
And so, was there information that was provided by Kevin Wilkinson about an individual who had come to police headquarters earlier that morning, around 7:45 or so in the morning, and wanted to file a report?
Yes.
And what about that situation, or about that individual, that caused Kevin to relay that information, if you know, sir, to his sergeant and to detectives involved in the investigation?
Well, early in the morning, the doors are locked, and if someone comes in, especially on weekends or Sundays, they have to be buzzed in. So the defendant hit the buzzer. He buzzed him in, let him in, and the defendant said he wanted to make a report for child custody visitation violation, and he was told that he could get someone or a detective to take that report for him. And he elected not to do that. He said that he would do it later. And Kevin thought that was odd for someone.
At this time, we're objecting to hearsay and non-responsive narrative.
All right. Sustain. You can ask your next question.
Okay. And so, based on the information that Kevin's relaying about his encounter with the individual that came into police headquarters earlier that day wanting to make a report about a visitation violation, was there something about that individual or that individual's description that he felt was important to pass on to investigators that would help with the investigation?
It was suspicious that someone would take the time and effort to come to the police station and inquire and not follow through with what their original intent was. And the defendant turned around and walked out, and it was found odd. So he, some of the cameras, you're able to manipulate them and control them and move them, and he followed the defendant's journey back to his car, and then he was able to see the car he got in and see him leave.
And let me stop you there. When Mr. Wilkinson was able to follow the car that the defendant had got into, was there something unique about that car that is able to be seen on the video cameras that surround the San Antonio Police Department headquarters?
Well, it had some aftermarket rims on it. It didn't come from the factory. Some rims that someone had obviously put on it after it was purchased new.
And so, as the lead detective on the case, was it you or, obviously everyone, when something happens in front of police headquarters, there's, I'm sure, many detectives, sergeants, lieutenants involved in the investigation. However, is there a decision that's made early on, let's pull the video camera, right? Let's pull the video footage of both the capital murder itself and the earlier footage after receiving the information from Kevin Wilkinson?
Yeah, I think that decision was made after Ben was killed.
Okay. And do you recall how long it took to receive the video footage?
It wasn't immediate. I know they had to call someone in because it was a Sunday, and so it took a few hours. We got it sometime Sunday afternoon or evening.
And did you have an opportunity shortly after it became downloaded from the servers? Do you know the individual they brought in to have the video footage downloaded? Do you recall that individual's name?
I don't know his name. He's a civilian.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And so after he came down to police headquarters and downloaded the footage, from the server, did you have an opportunity to see that footage
I
shortly
did.
after it was done?
I did.
Okay. And did you notice anything about the footage, about the vehicle in particular, from both the morning footage, around surrounding police headquarters and the time of Officer Marconi's death pertaining to the suspect vehicle?
Yeah, so we were able to form a hypothesis that this person that was there in the morning looked a lot like, witnesses said he looked like the person that shot and killed Ben Marconi. So we compared the vehicles involved in both, and they appeared to be the same vehicle. The person in each of those videos appeared to be the same person or looked very similar.
And obviously in the morning you have the video of the individual walking inside police headquarters, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and also outside police headquarters, inside and outside. And then in the later morning, around the time that Detective Marconi was killed, around 11:38 a.m., the video is from a parapet camera. Is that correct?
The video that captured him, yes.
The video that captured him, right? But you said in your explanation that there were witnesses, obviously, to the capital murder itself. Can you tell us a little bit about the procedure, what occurred regarding the witnesses that observed the shooting of Detective Marconi?
Well, whenever we have an incident, the first thing we want to do is try and determine who the witnesses are. We want to separate them so that they don't have an opportunity to talk between themselves and have their stories kind of get commingled. We want as pure of a statement as we can get that's 100% their statement, not what somebody else saw and they kind of put it in with or marry it to theirs. So we identify witnesses, we separate them, and then we want to get their statement, and that's what we did this day.
Okay. And so after the individuals, and their statements are taken by various homicide detectives, correct? Immediately after Detective Marconi's shooting.
Yeah, I believe it was mostly homicide detectives, but there may have been some detectives from sex crimes too, maybe, I believe.
All right, just depending on who was available at the
Right,
time to
right.
take a witness statement.
Right.
And so the purpose of the statements you said being taken are, first of all, it's fresh on the witness's mind because you're asking questions about what they had just seen. Is that?
That's part of it. Yeah, we would like to get it fresh. Also, sometimes, especially in San Antonio, witnesses are visiting, and they may be here from out of town. So we may not have an opportunity to get their statement the following day. So, yeah, that's a couple of reasons, yeah.
And you also said that once this occurs, witnesses are separated, so they don't have a chance to talk about, share stories with each other about what they saw or what they may not have seen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Again, it goes to the integrity of the investigation.
Yes.
Now, at the time the various witness statements were given right after Detective Marconi's murder, the San Antonio Police Department did not have a suspect. Is that correct? No one knew the identity of the individual who shot and killed Detective Marconi.
Right. We had a suspect description, but not a name.
All right. And you said as well that the suspect from the morning video, the suspect who, or the individual who walked into police headquarters in the morning, that individual resembled or based on witness statements, or you're given that he appeared to be similar. Is that correct?
Correct.
Based on what the witness, how the witnesses described the person and what the person was wearing, and also how Kevin Wilkinson described him, and the video from the early morning.
Correct.
Okay. So with the information from the witness statements and the videos from both early morning and late morning, what did you then do as the lead detective on the case? What is the next step?
Well, we want to know who this individual is. So that's our main focus. Let's figure out who this is. We don't even have a suspect pool to look at. So we don't know, and that's the first thing we want to do.
And did various, both state and federal agencies come to the assistance of the San Antonio Police Department to aid in this capital murder investigation?
They did.
And will you tell the jury a little bit about what Lieutenant Bell's role was in the hourly briefings that occurred after Detective Marcone's death?
So Lieutenant Bell was a lieutenant for SVU, or Special Victims. Our lieutenant was off on Sundays, but the SVU lieutenant and the homicide lieutenant share roles as the shooting team commander. If one is there, they handle it. If they're not, the other one handles it. They're both trained. They both deal with it. And on this day, the homicide lieutenant, who was Lieutenant Gallegos at the time, he's a captain now, he was off. So Lieutenant Bell took that lead role, and he was, I would say he acted kind of as, I guess the best way to describe it is maybe the quarterback. He kind of decided, he kind of could see the big picture and decided what needed to be done, and was responsible for putting that information out. And it was decided that we would meet on the hour, every hour, so that the people that were involved and needed to know would have fresh information in real time.
Was there a point in the afternoon that Sunday on November 20th of 2016 that video footage or still shots of the suspect vehicle as it's leaving police headquarters at 11:38 a.m. after the murder of the capital murder of Detective Marconi, and of the suspect who had entered police headquarters earlier that day around 7:48 a.m. Was that released to other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
Well, obviously, we have an individual that's capable of killing a police officer. We believe there's a good chance that a police officer is going to have contact with him in the near future. He knows what he did, but an officer may not know what he did. So we wanted officers to have that information if they ran across an individual that looked like the person in the video, or driving a car that looked like the car in the video. We wanted them to have the knowledge that maybe they need to use some extra caution with this person. So it was for officer safety primarily.
And at some point, was these video images or still shots of the suspect vehicle leaving the scene after the capital murder of Detective Marconi and the individual who had entered police headquarters earlier that day around 7:48 a.m., had those images or those photos, were they ever released to the media that day, on that Sunday, November 20th, 2016?
They were.
And do you know how they were released to the media, or who released them?
We don't.
We don't. Okay. And so once those images were released to the media, did the police department start receiving phone calls about various black vehicles around town, or calls in general about from concerned citizens wanting to help?
Yes.
Okay. And were those leads followed up on?
Leads where there was enough information to follow up with were followed up on.
And what do you mean by if there was enough information?
Well, I mean, some people may say, I saw a person matching that description driving a black car northbound on 281. I don't know if that was a particular call, but just as an example. Obviously, the car's not going to be there when we get there, so there's not a whole lot we can do with that.
So these briefings are occurring going into Monday morning, November 21st of 2016. Do you recall hearing from about an officer, Marco Ortiz, that had been dispatched to the scene of a motor vehicle accident at the corner of Poplar and Calavera Street?
I don't. In this incident, I remember Officer Henderson. There were two officers at that scene. I don't know the other officer, but that's the name that I remember. But I'm sure that's the other officer that was with him. But I remember them saying that they had located a vehicle that matched the suspect vehicle description.
And when you received that information, was that vehicle license plate ran, and was the owner of that vehicle identified?
Yes.
Okay. And who was the owner of that vehicle?
Otis McKane.
And how did the San Antonio Police Department determine that the owner of that particular vehicle that was parked at 1200 North Calaveras was Otis McKane?
Well, there's a state database for vehicle registration that keeps a record of all that. So when we put that license plate number in that system and we check it, the return tells us who the car's registered to.
Okay. And shortly after that, did you also receive, not you personally, but the San Antonio Police Department received a call from individuals at a business named Renatire?
We did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
So one of our detectives, he was a detective at the time, Detective Muniz, was sent to the Renatire. I think an officer was sent there, and then the officer notified homicide, and then Detective Muniz went out. And what he learned was the employees at the Renatire recognized the person in the photo. They recognized the vehicle in the photo, and they recognized the rims in the photo. And they had documentation showing who they had sold the tires and rims to, who that person's name was, what the license plate number to the vehicle was. They had all that in a folder.
And so you said an officer went first to the Renatire and then followed by a detective. Detective Muniz went there to talk to him. And the individual who they were calling about, who matched the description of the person walking into police headquarters the morning before around 7:48 a.m. And then the vehicle that was shown fleeing the scene after Detective Marconi was killed. Did the individuals at Renatire identify both the vehicle and the individual?
They did.
Okay. And who was that individual that they identified?
The defendant, Otis McKane.
Okay. Do you see Otis Tyrone McKane in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. Would you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a pair of glasses and I guess, is that a blue shirt?
And And where is he seated at the
At the end of the table next to the wall.
Okay, so Mr. Fuchs is the first seat. What seat is Mr. McKane sitting in?
4.
Okay. And for the record, you've identified the defendant, Otis Tyrone McKane?
Yes.
Okay. And does Mr. McKane appear differently today in court than he appeared on November 21st of 2016?
He does.
Okay, and what is different about him?
His hair. He had longer hair, and the ends of it were, I guess, bleached, and they were rolled. I'm not sure what that's called, but
Like rolled or braided or something?
yeah, kind of rolled up to where it looked like little fingers sticking out, I guess.
Okay, and so, but today, how does he appear?
Bald.
So going back then to the defendant's vehicle that was found somewhere around 9:30 or so a.m. on November 21st of 2016. Once it was determined that the vehicle matched in terms of the type of vehicle, the rims, was there also something unique about this particular vehicle that was parked on the 1200 block of North Calaveras that made the officers think that that vehicle was the same vehicle that had driven through the police department parking lot after the shooting of Detective Martin?
It had some marks or damage that would be consistent with what you would expect to see on a vehicle that had went through a controlled access arm like we have and like the person in the video did at the shooting.
And those controlled access bars, where are they in the San Antonio Police Department flat parking lot?
There's a set, an entrance and an exit facing the urban loop side or the rear of the building. And then there's another set, an entrance and exit on the Santa Rosa side.
So you said the vehicle had marks consistent with that?
Yes.
Okay, and what would those marks be from? I mean, would they, how would you categorize the marks?
Well, it looked like paint transfer from the arm onto the car.
And and then you said this vehicle that was parked on the side of the 1200 block of North Calaveras, did that vehicle also have unique rims?
Yes.
Okay. And did those rims appear to be the same rims as the vehicle that's shown in the video at 7:45 or so a.m. and then again at 11:38 a.m. in front of and around police headquarters as the vehicle made, say, a loop or two around the headquarters?
Yes.
Now, at some point, once the vehicle, the Mitsubishi Galant, was discovered there on Calaveras, was there some, do you recall or do you know whether or not there was an individual who lived nearby named Guillermo Gonzalez that approached the officers?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Well, he made it known that he had cameras at his residence, and they might be helpful.
And were the cameras, I guess the video footage from those cameras at his residence, was that video footage collected by the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to watch that video footage? There's 3 cameras, is that correct? Or 3 cameras that show the vehicle being parked, the individual getting out and walking, crossing the street, and then continuing north on Calaveras.
I don't know how many cameras there are. I know I've viewed the footage.
And when you watch the footage from that was provided by Guillermo Gonzalez to the San Antonio Police Department, do you recognize the individual that gets out of the car? And I know it's when the individual's getting out of the car, it's kind of difficult to see features or the individual's face. But as the individual walks by, are you able to see and identify who that individual was?
Eventually, I was.
Okay. And can you explain that?
Sure. When you take the totality of everything, it's unmistakably Otis McKane. You can see the car drive up. It looks very similar to the one at the shooting. The car turns around in the road. You can see light shining through the rims or the silhouette, and they're identical to the rims that were, because they're kind of tall and there's a big space and you can actually see through them. You can tell that they're the rims that are on the car at the shooting. You can tell that the individual that gets out of it as he's walking looks very similar to the individual that's captured on video at the shooting and that came in that morning to Public Safety Headquarters. You can tell that he has hair that's bleached on the ends. And it's a you know, in the video you can't see his hair, but that's what you see when he's walking. So we know who that is later after we talk to him. We know that the boots he's wearing are boots that were in his possession that we recovered at a later time.
The boots he's carrying, correct?
Well, I both. I mean, I saw both, but there's rubber boots and he's carrying, and then there's boots that he's wearing.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I was confused. I was thinking of the rubber boots. So,
Right.
So you said the rubber boots that he's carrying were later recovered?
Yes.
Okay, and where were those rubber boots recovered?
I believe at his residence.
And what was the location of his residence?
It's on Lombrano 12. Let me refer to my report. $1236 Lombrano.
And you're on a minute, Rich?
Yes.
You were referring to the boots that were found, the rubber boots that were found inside the defendant's apartment at 1236 Lombrano, San Antonio, Texas.
Correct.
Okay. And those boots, along with some other shoes that were recovered from that apartment, was that search at the defendant's home done pursuant to a legal and valid search warrant that was signed by a magistrate on November 21st of 2016 at 5:27 p.m.?
Yes.
And the other shoes that the defendant, that you were referring to, Duke, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states and introduced into evidence as States Exhibit 302. Specifically, looking at Exhibit 8, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And do these boots appear to be similar to the ones that you can see the defendant carrying as he gets out of his car in the 1200 block of North Calaveras and walks north towards his home off of Lambrano?
Yes.
And then you said there were some other shoes that were located in his apartment, States Exhibit 298. All right. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes.
And they're listed as item of evidence number 6? Okay.
Correct.
And how is it that you recognize these shoes?
It appears they look consistent with the shoes that were being worn on the video at Public Safety Headquarters by the defendant.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as States Exhibit number 40. Looking at this picture and specifically focusing on the shoes, what is it about these shoes that is unique?
Well, the thing that jumps out at you is there's something that catches your eye in the center of the top of the shoe, a silver something.
A silver emblem
Yeah,
maybe, or-
it's hard to tell what it is on here, but you know there's something there.
Okay, and then when you look both at States Exhibit 40 and it's a little harder to see here, but States Exhibit, if you look at, and so the shoes appear to be black in color, is that correct, with a small silver emblem on the top of the shoe? Or
Correct.
and then compare those to the shoes that were recovered pursuant to a search warrant at the defendant's home the next day on November 21st, 2016, States Exhibit number 289 and States Exhibit 298. They're just two pictures of these shoes. And what is the similarity between these shoes that you see that was recovered from the defendant's apartment and the shoes you see in the video of the individual entering police headquarters?
Well, they're the same color, they're the same style, and they both have this silver emblem on them.
Now, once the vehicle was found, the vehicle on the side of the road in Calaveras that matched the description of the vehicle, the rims matched the vehicle that had been at police headquarters, that it's fleeing the scene after the shooting of Detective Marconi, and now looking closer at the vehicle, it was obvious that it had paint scrapings on it.
Yes.
What did the police department do in terms of conducting surveillance on that? On that vehicle.
Well, I believe some of our covert units were notified to position themselves where they could keep an eye on the vehicle.
And so with the information of the vehicle being located and then the men from the employees from Rent-A-Tire contacting the police department, recognizing and identifying Otis McKane as the person who had walked into police headquarters that morning, and also identify the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, as it fled through the parking lot after the shooting of Detective Marconi. What did you do in terms of your next in your investigation?
Well, I believe we have a pretty strong belief that this is probably our guy. This is our suspect. So we want to talk to him.
And before you had an opportunity to talk to him, now that you have an idea of who the suspect is, was a photo lineup created?
It was.
Okay. And obviously the day before, you didn't have a suspect put into the photo lineup containing the defendant's picture, is that right?
No one that we were confident enough to believe that they were worth showing a lineup of.
And so after his vehicle was found, and after the calls from the Rent-A-Tire, and calls and then interviews and statements from the 3 employees at Rent-A-Tire, was the defendant's photo put into a photo lineup and shown to a witness by the name of Michael Flores, or Mike Flores?
It was.
Okay. And did you go with Detective Size to show the photo lineup to Mike Flores?
I did.
And did you participate in the showing of that lineup?
Well, I was there and I spoke with the witness, but when it came time to show him the lineup, we were sitting at the dining table in the house, and when it was time to show the lineup, I removed myself. I walked to the living room. So I was not, I guess, a part of the showing of the lineup.
And why did you walk to the living room?
Well, I would never try to influence anyone, but that removes the opportunity of anyone saying the detective who knew who the suspect was influenced in any way.
Okay. And who did Mike Flores pick out of the photo lineup?
Otis McKane.
And based on the positive identification from an eyewitness to the capital murder, Mike Flores was what? What? Mike Flores was an individual who had witnessed the capital murder
Yes.
of Detective Marconi?
Yes.
Okay, and is that why y'all had gone to him the next day?
Yes.
And in fact, did Mike Flores say in his statement that he gave to the police whether or not he could identify the shooter if he saw him again?
Your Honor, if I may, the prosecutor's leading the witness. What did you do next? What happened next? What did Mike Flores say? She's testifying, Your Honor, her questioning.
Sorry. Yeah, I asked a whether or not question, and so it's not leading if the answer could be yes or no, Your Honor, in this particular question that I asked.
Okay, but she's testifying, Your Honor.
I'm not testifying. I didn't suggest what the answer was.
All right, let me get to your next question.
Are you aware, as the lead detective in the case, did you have an opportunity to read the witness statements after they were each given, the eyewitness statements after they were each given to the various detectives?
Yes.
And after the detectives that take eyewitness statements and the witness signs them, what do they do with those statements?
Well, they give them to me.
And they gave them to you because you were the lead detective in this case?
Correct.
Okay. And so once you receive them, what do you do with them?
I read them.
Okay. And once you read them, after you read the statements, is there some reason why you would then follow up with Mike Flores after the identity of Otis McKane, after he's now, you found the car that has the paint scrapings, the people from Rent-A-Tire calling. Why would you go to Mike Flores and show him you and Detective Signs, a photo lineup?
I felt like he was a very good witness. He was right behind it when it occurred. He gave a good statement. He expressed that he believed he got a good enough look at the suspect that he would recognize him again. So he's contacted because I believe he's a very good witness.
And so when you said you and Detective Signs went to Mike Flores' house, okay. And Mike Flores, was he able to identify anyone from the photo lineup as being the shooter of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes.
And who did he identify?
Otis McKane.
Okay, the same Otis Tyrone McKane that you've identified in court?
Yes.
And after Mike Flores identified him, then what was the next step in terms of the investigation?
Well, we believe we have probable cause to get an arrest warrant, and so that's our next step.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I approach you? Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 331. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 331?
This is the affidavit for the search warrant that was prepared by Detective Angel.
And you said it's the affidavit for the arrest warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's the affidavit for arrest warrant and the warrant for the arrest of what individual, please?
Otis Tyrone McKane,
Okay. And what is Mr. McKane's date of birth?
11/8 of 1985.
Okay. So on this date, November 21st of 2016, what time was the search warrant presented to the district court judge, the magistrate here?
The arrest warrant?
The arrest warrant.
2:20 p.m.
Okay. On November 21st of 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And was it signed by the affiant?
Yes.
And the affiant you said was Detective Tim Angel?
Correct.
Okay. And who is Detective Tim Angel?
He is another homicide detective. He is the most senior homicide detective that we have. I believe he's been in homicide for, I want to say 22 years. It's 20 plus.
Okay.
But he's a detective in homicide.
Okay. And he presented the complaint and the affidavit for the arrest for the defendant, date of birth 8/5 of 1985. What age then was Otis Tyrone McKane on November 21st of 2016?
You're putting me on the spot now. Was that 31?
31.
Yeah. Had he had a birthday?
Just had one.
Yes. Yeah, a few days before he had a birthday, so 31.
Okay, 31,
Yeah.
right? And let's see. The affidavit and then the warrant for arrest was also then signed by a district court judge. Is that correct? On November 21st of 2016 for issuing the arrest of Otis Tyrone McKane for what offense, please?
Capital murder.
So after the arrest warrant that's shown in State's Exhibit 331 was signed and signed by the magistrate, what happened next in terms of the police department trying to look for the defendant?
Well, I mean, we're trying to figure out where he might be, and we have our covert units, along with help from other agencies, trying to locate him.
And was he eventually located?
He was.
Okay. And where was he located?
He was in a vehicle. I believe it was IH10 and is it 1516? I'm not sure. I think it was a road similar to that, 1516.
And in front of you, you have your prosecution guide. Is that correct, Detective Duke?
I do.
1916. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that's what I think it was.
Okay. And so, who took the defendant into custody?
Well, it was, I'm not sure what specific officer, but it was our SWAT team.
And after the defendant was taken into custody at that location, was he alone or was he with other individuals in the vehicle? And the vehicle referring to is what vehicle?
Well, I'm object to hearsay, Your Honor, like personal knowledge, speculation on the part of this witness.
Well, he does have personal knowledge because and I can ask him if I'll ask follow-up questions. Did you end up interviewing the female who was in the vehicle with the defendant?
I did.
Okay. And what was her name?
Christian Fields.
And did she have a small child with her?
She did.
And so, based on your interview with her, did you learn that she and her small child were in the vehicle with the defendant
I'm going
when
to
it
object to
was
hearsay,
stopped?
Your Honor.
Response?
I mean, it's just part of his investigation.
Any relevance, Your Honor.
I can respond.
Okay.
So the defendant was, after he was arrested, where was he brought to?
To Public Safety Headquarters, to the 3rd floor.
And what's located at the 3rd floor of Public Safety Headquarters?
Specifically, homicide.
And why was he brought to the homicide office at San Antonio Police Headquarters?
Well, so we could interview him.
And so when he was brought to police headquarters, are there signs around the headquarters indicating that that individuals are subject to being videotaped?
Yes.
And the defendant, when he was brought to police headquarters, where was he brought to specifically?
Well, the homicide unit, and then within the homicide unit, we have interview rooms, and he was placed in an interview room.
And when he was placed initially into the interview room, does he ask to use the restroom?
I believe so.
Okay. And was he taken to the restroom?
I believe so.
And what are you doing when the defendant is alone in the interview room? He's alone after he's brought back in the restroom. He's alone in the interview room for a significant amount of time, an hour and 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so what are you doing during this time?
Well, I'm talking to Christian Fields, and I'm trying to gather as much information as I can that will tell me as much about Otis McKane as I can come across.
And what is the purpose of that?
Well, the more I know about him or his personality, the more successful I can be at obtaining the truth. If I know someone's personality, the things that upset them, I want to stay away from those subjects. If I know the things that he likes, I may concentrate on those.
Okay. When you entered the room, did you bring the defendant anything?
I believe I brought him his glasses. At some point, I brought him a blanket. I think his feet were cold.
Did you offer him anything to drink? Or did he
I
ask
think
for
I did, but I think he already had some. Oh, no. I think I did because the straw that I got was kind of short and it fell in the. That's what I remember, the straw falling in the bottle.
Okay, so the defendant was handcuffed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you brought him something to drink, or he had something to drink, but you brought him a straw, was he able to drink from the straw?
Yeah, we made it work.
Okay, but you assisted him, right?
Yes.
You gave him some water, and then you assisted him and held the water bottle so he could drink.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you entered the interview room, Did you have your gun on like you have now today in court?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, the idea was I had, you know, I had formed an opinion that he probably doesn't like police officers. And so I wanted to eliminate anything that would remind him he was talking to a police officer or an authority figure. I just wanted to kind of remove that from the equation.
When you were talking to the defendant, did he appear to be under the influence of any narcotics?
No.
Okay, and I'm talking about the interview. You only had one interview with him. Is that correct, Detective Duke?
That's right.
Okay, so as we're talking this afternoon in court, we're referring to the interview on November 21st of 2016 after his arrest for the capital murder of Detective Martin.
Correct.
Okay. So kind of my line of questioning is all referring to that interview. So my question was, did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any narcotics?
Not that I could tell.
Okay. Did he appear to be under the influence of any illegal substance?
Not that I could tell.
How about, did he appear to be under the influence of alcohol or any other intoxicants?
I didn't observe anything that made me think that was a possibility.
How about marijuana? Did he appear to be having just smoked marijuana?
No, I didn't smell any. He wasn't acting like you would expect. I didn't see anything that suggested that.
Did you, at the beginning of the interview, did you read the defendant his Miranda warnings?
I did.
And I'm going to ask you some specific questions involving that. Did you tell the defendant that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant you do not have to make any statement oral or written to anyone?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant any statement that you make will be used in evidence against you in a court of law or at your trial?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant you have a right to have a lawyer present to advise you before or during any questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant you may have your own lawyer present, or if you are unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or at any other time?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant if you decide to talk to anyone, you can stop talking to them anytime you want?
Yes.
Did you tell the defendant the above rights are continuing rights which can be urged by you at any stage of the proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then ask the defendant, do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Okay, and what was his response?
He did.
Did he answer you yes? Did he, yes, sir?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Detective Duke, what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 329. If you will take a moment. Do you recognize your initials and badge numbers on State's Exhibit 329?
I do.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 329?
It's the video of my interview with the defendant.
Okay. And the video of your interview with the defendant, Otis Tyrone McKane, on November 21st of 2016 at police headquarters?
Correct.
Okay. The interview with the defendant, obviously it's captured on video shown in State's Exhibit 329.
Yes.
Okay. And was the camera working properly that day?
Yes.
Okay. And does the video show accurately your conversations with the defendant subject to the court's rulings?
Yes.
your opinion, did the defendant understand each one of those rights that you just read, that you read to him? In your opinion?
Yes, yes.
And after reading the defendant his rights, is it your opinion that the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived those rights and agreed to speak to you?
Objection. His opinion is not relevant. It's whether Mr. McKane did in fact orally waive. You can ask him that.
I think his opinion is relevant, Your Honor. If I could please speak well, I'm
Yes,
not
I'm sorry,
cutting you
I'm
off. I think his opinion is relevant, Your Honor, because he's conducting the interview with the defendant.
Okay. Overruled.
I believe he understood them.
And do you believe, or let me ask you this way, did the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive his rights when he spoke to you?
We're
Yes.
again the same objection.
You can answer the question.
Yes.
Did you threaten or coerce the defendant in any way in order for him to, in order to get him to speak to you or to answer your questions?
No.
Did you promise him anything in exchange for the defendant answering your questions or speaking to you?
No.
Okay. Tell the jury about your demeanor on State's Exhibit number 329 when you interviewed the defendant.
I would describe it as very soft, non-confrontational. I would say its technique could be called empathy based. I want to relate to him. It's very. I want to make him feel as comfortable as he can and non-judgmental, so that he will tell the truth and not feel like he's being judged.
And as a homicide detective with the San Antonio Police Department for the past 11 years, you're familiar with Code of Criminal Procedure, the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, and the Texas Penal Code. Is that correct, Detective Duke?
I have a working knowledge of it, yes.
Okay. And you're familiar as well, or are you familiar, that in Texas, the state of Texas, or the laws in the state of Texas, do not require a defendant to orally say that they knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive those rights.
Your
Is that
Honor.
correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not relevant as to this officer, and 3822 specifically has a requirement that the defendant waive his rights. To be asked, do you waive his rights?
That is not what the
If you
law
read
says.
3822 to him, then let's find out what 3822 says.
That's not what the case law says, Your Honor.
Well, she's not asking him about case laws.
I
She's
said
asking
the
him
laws in the state of Texas. That's what was my question.
All right, you can rephrase your question.
Do the laws in the state of Texas, Detective Duke, require a defendant, in order for a defendant to waive his Miranda rights, do the laws require the defendant to state orally whether or not they knowingly, intelligent, and voluntarily waive their rights, or does the law allow the defendant, is it sufficient if it's asked if the defendant understands these rights and agrees to talk to you?
Objection, Your Honor. It's speculation on his part, number one. Number two, that's a question of fact as to the voluntariness of the statement, the waiver of the defendant's rights for the jury to decide. So it goes to, it invades the province of the jury.
All right, so State, I'm going to ask you to rephrase it in a way to where you break the questions down. You asked about 3 questions in there.
All right. I will, Your Honor. Let me ask ask you this. During the time that you were talking to the defendant, did the defendant ever ask for an attorney?
No.
During the time that you were talking to the defendant? And is it fair to say all of your conversations and interactions with the defendant are shown on State's Exhibit 329? Except for the court ruling?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't speak to him before you entered this room outside of the camera?
No.
And did you speak to him after he gave this interview off camera?
No.
Okay. So back to when the defendant so when you begin talking to the defendant, is it your opinion that the defendant freely and voluntarily spoke to you?
Yes, it's case law states that once the person
It's unresponsive at this time.
Let's go to the next question.
Okay. So, in terms of taking a defendant's statement and reading the defendant his Miranda warnings, it shows that you asked the defendant, "Do you understand these rights?" And you said, what was the defendant's response?
yes,
And then did the defendant agree to speak to you? Or did the defendant begin answering your questions?
yes,
And does case law require you to ask the defendant, do you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive those rights?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance, Your Honor. Okay. Now we go to, you're the judge of the law, Your Honor, not this officer.
But it's important that the jury knows that this officer followed the law, Your Honor, in his confession.
Well, Judge, sir, yeah.
But the defense attorney is, by his objections and his arguments, is suggesting that he didn't, Your Honor.
No,
So
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm suggesting that it's not admissible, Your Honor.
Well, it's admissible, Your Honor.
As it relates to whether case law requires the officer to ask the defendant certain things, State, I'll let you rephrase that.
Your Honor, this time the state needs to introduce State's Exhibit 329.
May we approach, Your Honor, just briefly?
Yes. We're going to take a break? Is that what we're doing? Or are you going to publish it?
Yeah, I just didn't hear whether or not you had admitted it.
Yes, it's admitted.
Oh, okay.
And what we'll do now, can you remind the court how long it is? It's about 3 hours?
It's lengthy.
All right, so it's lengthy. I don't know exactly. I've never, I'm kind of in y'all's situation. So before we start playing it, we're going to take a short break. Let's take about 10 minutes so y'all can be prepared to do that.
All rise for the jury.
It was heavy. It was heavy. I kind of feel the same way. I feel like a stuffed shell.
Oh, it's okay. Unfortunately, because my dog doesn't stop barking, I was
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where they get these random inmates from.
and when I looked him up, he doesn't seem to have allergy. As a matter of fact, he was just from company.
Yeah.
He had just from company. So I was like, I don't know why you want this guy.
Yeah. Well, they asked us. I didn't order him, but I don't know.
No, I was actually the first time you could. I was probably up when you texted me. I just didn't notice that. That's one thing about having a computer.
I'm going to read them an instruction first.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, the instruction that I'm talking about. Before you play the video, the one about how it's contextual, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Just be safe. I'll let them know.
Generally, for instance, this one is statutorily prohibited. And on statutory
If you want to come up and object, you can. Let me go on the record first.
May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. We'll get some questions and then
Okay, so Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit number 329.
okay, and if y'all can approach.
We can just have a moment based on the hearing.
And while you're doing that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to provide you an instruction. As I told you after I swore you in, I will from time to time give you instructions, and as the rules dictate or mandate, you must follow those instructions. So as it relates to this State's Exhibit 329 that you're about to observe, I'm instructing you that during the videotape there is questioning by the police on the videotape, and the questions that the officers ask are not offered and they are not admitted to you to consider for the truth of the matter asserted. What that means is what the officer says is admitted for the purpose of the context only. In other words, interrogation to show what questions they are asking, so that the defendant's answers are not just in a vacuum. But when the police officer asks a question, assuming facts, you are not to consider those as truth, only part of the interrogation and of the context of that interrogation. All right. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the beginning of the video begins, State's Exhibit 329. It has the date, is that correct, November 21st of 2016?
Yes.
And that's the correct date, is that?
Correct.
Detective Duke. And then it has the time, it's just changed, but it was 16:42 when it began.
Correct.
So for purposes of the record, State, allowing you to play the pertinent portions that you desire, and then when the defense has an opportunity to cross, they will have an opportunity to play any part of the videotape that they desire as well.
Taking my glasses. Give a second. 1 second. need to use the restroom, sir. All right, guys, let's go to that.
So the defendant, Otis Tyrone McKane, was brought back to the interview room at approximately 16:48. Is that correct? After going to the restroom,
That's correct.
and he's in the video room alone from 16:48 until approximately 18:04 when you walk in. Is that?
I'd say that's about right. It's about an hour and 15 minutes that he's in there alone.
And what is he doing during this hour and 15 minutes?
He's sitting there waiting. He dozes off to sleep some. I mean, he's napping a little bit and awake. I mean, back and forth.
Okay. And does anybody else enter this room during that hour and 15 minutes prior to you walking in that you recall?
I don't think so.
And the individual shown in the DVD that we are currently watching, State's Exhibit number 329, is who?
Otis McKane.
Okay, the same individual as you've identified in court today as the defendant.
Yes.
So in order so that the jury isn't sitting here for an hour and 15 minutes watching the defendant sit in a chair and also take a nap. The state is proposing that we fast forward the video for about an hour until you walk in, until right before you come in. And I'd also let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the jury will have this video with them to take back to the jury room so they can watch, if they choose, the hour and 15 minutes of the defendant sitting in the chair or taking a nap.
Okay,
So they will have this evidence with them back there.
yes.
So we are going to fast forward until about 1803. And during this time that the defendant's alone in the video room that we're watching in State's Exhibit 329, what are you doing, Detective Duke?
Some of the time I'm talking to Christian Fields. Some of the time I'm trying to gather more information about Otis McKane.
And is there information that, without saying what it is, information that you received from Christian Fields that you are then sending other detectives to follow up on, or other officers to follow up on?
I don't recall.
Well, without, I guess, introducing you, saying what she told you, which obviously I can't do that. Was there some time that you learned about the defendant and Christian Fields staying at the Econo Lodge the night before?
Yes.
Okay. And with that information, what occurred with that information?
Well,
Or as a result of receiving that information?
we had other detectives follow up on that. We received consent from Christian
Well,
Fields.
check the hearsay order.
Response?
You know, our response is that it's not hearsay. And it's already before this jury.
It's overruled.
So, other detectives and CSI went to the room and processed it.
And did you have an opportunity to watch the video that was collected from CSI or detectives from the San Antonio Police Department of the defendant and Christian Fields on November 20th of 2016 as they entered inside the Econo Lodge and went up the stairs to their room where they stayed?
I did.
Okay. And can you identify the individuals in that video?
Yes.
Okay. And who are the three individuals?
It's the defendant, Otis McKane, his wife, Christian Fields, and her young child.
Okay, we'll resume the video now. Shortly after you come into the interview room at approximately 1804, Is there a time that you asked for a deputy chief to enter the room and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that, Detective Duke?
The defendant had, I guess, a complaint or two, and I wanted to make sure that it was properly heard, and I wanted the defendant to know that I was sympathetic to him.
And why did you want him to know that you were sympathetic to him?
Well, I wanted him to be comfortable with telling me the truth.
And was that the main goal of your interview of the defendant that evening, is to obtain the truth from him about what occurred pertaining to the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marco?
Yes.
And on the video, did Deputy Chief McKay ask the defendant whether or not his rights were read to him?
He did.
Okay. And did Deputy Chief McKay ask the defendant if he understood his rights?
He did.
Okay. And what was the defendant's response to both of those questions?
In the affirmative, yes.
And we'll see shortly when the defendant, when you called Deputy Chief McKay to come in, that the defendant was upset because his rights weren't read to him at the scene. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And is an officer required to read an individual's rights to him at the scene if that individual is not being asked questions or is not being interrogated?
No.
Anybody else need to read water or anything? No, I couldn't.
Got water, we got all kinds of stuff. You change your mind. You doing all right? Is it cool? Fine. Can you see without your glasses? Can you? Yeah. All right.
And is that you that we're seeing on the video?
I'm detective. I work here and what I'd like to do is sit down and talk with you a little bit. I think there's some interesting things that have been going on maybe for a while with you. And I'd like to see if we could figure that out. Okay. I noticed you're in handcuffs. What did they tell you?
They ain't saying anything, okay? They just put me out the car and put me in here.
They didn't tell you anything.
They asked me for my name. When I was gonna put the car, they asked me for my name and took a picture of me. And then jumped down
Which officer did that?
Which one didn't? It was like 20 of them.
Do you remember his name?
No, sir. I don't remember. I know there's a bunch of, I don't know, there's a bunch of cops the same size. That's all I remember. So I couldn't even tell you who was who or names. I didn't ask for any. I was scared. Like 12 guns got pulled up in there. I just knew I was gonna die. I didn't know what the hell going on. And then my wife, man, she looked. I thought he was gonna die because she didn't want. I don't know if she didn't put her hands up or what. I was gonna die. And they just jumped me out the car and they just slammed me on the SUV and it was like, hold on, wait there. And then they just handcuffed me and threw me in the SUV again. And it was trying to aggravate me, like trying to make me fight back or. I'm not gonna complain. I don't know. That's what cops do. I see it all the time, so I can't act like I'm not new to it. I see cops will bang their head on the hood or put my chest on the hood.
Would you recognize the officer if you saw him?
No, sir. I'm not going
I need, that ain't right, so.
It's not right, sir. It's not right, but man,
What did he say?
I'm used to it, man.
You don't get used to that. What did he say?
He ain't saying a word. He just like,
Did he hit you? Or?
nah, he didn't hit me. He just, some cops just, I guess, rude or they just very into their job, so they get a little aggressive and try to establish dominance. So they will be aggressive with you, but.
I'm gonna go find out who brought you down, okay?
Sorry,
Give me just a minute.
There were like 30 cops out there, no? Sir? Excuse me.
Was it all of them? I mean, it's gotta have been 1 or 2 or 3, right?
It was 2 or 3 guys, a couple of them bald head.
Okay.
A couple of them bald head.
Big?
Nah, they was shorter than me, but they was kind of, I guess, chubbier, more bigger, more muscular, I guess, but they was shorter.
Like white guys?
Yeah.
Hispanic guys?
Yeah. The first 2 guys apprehended me was white, and the Mexican guy kind of like thinks he had handcuffs so he can get in first, kind of. But man, where I was, I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Just a minute, I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna go talk to my sergeant. I'm gonna see if we can figure out what's going on there, okay? I think you have an interesting story, and I really think it's important that you tell it.
Yes, sir.
And I need to get to the bottom of this too. But because you're in handcuffs, I'm not sure what they tell you about the handcuffs, but you're considered under arrest when you're in handcuffs. So I'm gonna have to read you your rights, okay?
Sir. They didn't even arrest my rights. They just drew down on me too.
Really?
Yeah. They drew down on me and took me into
Did nobody's read you your rights yet?
I ain't sir, man, I don't want to argue you, sir.
Well, see, this is what we have to deal with. This is why people get mad at us. Because we got other guys out there that just, come and just piss everybody off, and then we got to deal with it. I'm going to find out. But let me read you your rights real quick, okay? Before you're asking questions, it's my duty as a police officer to advise you of your rights and to warn you of the consequences of waiving these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to make any statement or written to anyone. Any statement that you make will be used in evidence against you in a court of law or at your trial. You have a right to have a lawyer present to advise you before and during any questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you're unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or any other time. If you decide to talk with anyone, you can. You can stop talking to them anytime you want. The above rights are continuing rights, which can be urged by you at any stage of the proceedings. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
This is what they should have done.
Yeah.
This is what they should have done.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go. I'll be right back. Can I get you some water, soda?
No, it's going to make me pee, man.
That's all right. We'll take you to the restroom.
I'll take some water, man. Yeah, I'll take some water.
What? Is that the water?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be right back.
Detective the conversation we heard between you and the defendant, when you're telling him, when he's telling you his rights weren't read at the scene, and you're saying that's not right, can you tell us a little bit about that conversation and why you're telling him that's not right?
Well, I want to gain his trust. I want him to believe I have empathy for him. I want him to feel comfortable with continuing to talk to me. Because, like you said, the main goal is to get the truth. And if somebody is going to judge you or treat you like you're not telling them the truth, they're going to be very hesitant to tell you anything.
And so you're telling him that's not right, but in reality, the officers did not do anything wrong or anything illegal when they didn't read him his rights at the scene.
That's right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, at this point, the defendant's only complaining, or his only complaint about the officers at the scene. I mean, he said they drew down on him because he was being arrested on a what's referred to as a critical incident, a capital murder arrest warrant. But his only complaint to you, he says that the officers were rude to him at this time.
He may have suggested that they were a little rough with him. I think he did, but you're right.
Okay. And did the officers, did the defendant ever say that the officers struck him or injured him in any way?
I don't believe so, no.
Right. And so his, it appears that his chief complaint, which we heard him say here, that says that they were just rude to me.
Correct. okay since you got your hands up some? Oh, man. That's a short throw, huh?
It's a better hold it. Can you bend it a little bit? Thank you.
You good?
Yes, sir.
No, I'll help you out. It's kind of tough there, huh?
Press the bend it a little bit so I can
Oh, okay. So it doesn't go in, is that what you?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yes, sir. Alright. That was a good idea.
I thought he was on his way. Give me here just a minute. Don't go back, tell me what you just told me, okay? They didn't reach you, right? If they were a little aggressive with you, let me know. Man, I got me kind of worked up. I forgot what I was going to talk to you about, or where I was going with that. Is this your girlfriend that was with you today? Is your wife? How long have you been married?
Just got married today.
Is that your baby?
She has a baby by another girl. I think she don't want it. I know she don't want it.
She did what?
Huh?
She, say that again?
I know she don't want it, but it's just like, the fact that I love her is like, it's new to me. I never felt a good way about her. So that's why I'm kind of like, man, what the heck going on?
So she's pretty special.
Yeah.
Have you ever been married before?
What's that?
You have any kids?
Yeah, I got one son, 6-year-old.
What's his name?
Zane McKane.
What's his?
Zane McKane.
Zane?
Yes. Z-A-N.
A-N.
McKane. M-C-K-A-N-E.
You said he's 6?
Yes, sir. Yes.
What's he like? Is he like cartoons or?
Yes, sir. I ain't seen him in the last 2 years, sir.
You hadn't seen him in 2 years? Why?
I wouldn't say. Because me and my son's mother, we didn't get along so much.
Detective Duke, sorry to interrupt. I understand that you need for me to come into this with them.
Chief, this young man here,
Let me introduce myself. I'm Joseph McKane. I'm a deputy chief with the San Antonio Police Department.
Yes, sir.
he's telling me that when he was picked up, that the officers didn't read him his rights. This is the first time he's had his rights read to him just now. And he said they were a little rough with him. What they slammed you down?
Yeah, they put my face in the pavement. The first one they did, and they didn't let me, I don't know what's going on, so it just happened so fast. But I understood everything, though. I watched TV. So I seen 6 guys jump out and I ready to shoot.
How many?
6 guys. Actually, one of them shot. A shotgun. That's why I said, excuse me, baby, put your hands up, bitch, you're going to get killed. Because I knew you were going to die. You already shot, so put your hands up, bitch, you're going to die.
I told him we'd get somebody that could address that, and I just wanted to make sure that he was able to express that, and that's it's not right.
Yes, sir.
They actually shot at us.
Okay, understood. Was there anything else that happened that you need to tell me about at this time?
Yes, sir. As they inappropriately forced me out the car, I couldn't put the car in park because I didn't want to make a false move.
Okay. So
So they drove me out the car and they made me grab the wheel, the steering wheel with my right hand, with the lever, and I parked it. And they drove me on the floor, put my face on the floor, and then they picked me up in an inappropriate manner, and it was very rough. And they threw me on the hood of another SUV
Okay.
and chased checked my files, checked my,
Yes, sir.
they searched me.
Yes, sir.
And on the third of the event, which happened on 30 seconds, one of the officers threw my chest against the window, like, as if, you know, push back, you know, like, come on, like, I know you want to do something. So, I did, you know, dang, like, this is my third time. You know, I just got whipped up 3 times. They got pulled gun, but I'm like, damn, all right, that's how you doing it, okay. So I'm like, cool. And they threw me in the back of the SUV, and they just like they took off my shoes, they took my glasses, they took my wallet, they took everything. And they just threw me in the back seat. And, you know, it was they threw me, you know, perfectly rough enough, but it wasn't to the point where I couldn't take it. So, but, you know, I'm a strong man, so, you know, if you don't be extremely rough with me, you know, it's not going to bother me. But it's nothing, it was, the last event, it wasn't a harsh move, but it was like, they was testing me to see if I was going to fight back, basically.
Okay. Well, sir, for what it's worth, like I said, I'm Deputy Chief Joseph McKane. I work for the San Antonio Police Department. Allegations like that we take very seriously. I assure you that will be taken into consideration. We will take a look at that. I don't see any injuries that kind of stand out right now, but obviously we want to take photographs of you. We want to, you know, make sure that we get samples of everything. So we appreciate you cooperating with that. And like I said, we take this so seriously.
Yes, sir.
Detective Duke, do you need anything else from me, sir?
No, I appreciate it. It makes it really hard for me to talk to people.
Understood. Understood. So please cooperate with them. Please trust me. We'll do what we can to resolve this issue for you. Is there anything else you need to say for you this morning?
No, sir. They didn't read me my rights, I guess, but I think you put that in right now.
Yes, I can't get that information.
Okay,
And
that's
you've done it now. You've done very much right now. Did you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay.
I appreciate the help.
That makes good. Happy to help you out.
That's the bottom of it.
All right, sir. Thank you for visiting with me. Okay. You have a good evening.
We're talking about your son. Okay. You say you hadn't seen him in 2 years. Tell me about that.
Well, I want to say from day one because this is a level of events.
Okay.
When we first started talking the first 6 months, everything was good, and you know, she had got pregnant because we had a rushed our relationship, so she had got pregnant, and we kind of argued about that for the next year and a half as our child was being born. And as I started noticing that, you know, she was cheating on me, I was on Facebook, you know, I didn't do anything right. I just went to work every day. And
So you're out there working, and she's out there messing around.
yeah, she out there messing around on Facebook every day. And
Did you stay in this girl?
and when I started figuring out she was cheating on me and making me late on purpose, she knew to cut me off. You know, because I told her that when I get off probation, I'm start dealing with you because you're an unfit mother. You don't work. You don't do anything. You can stay on Facebook. And it don't be surprised you do cocaine. But I won't go tell the police none of that. But it's later.
Usually you tell me, yes.
Yes,
I've been divorced. And you know, I know how women can be. I mean, they can be some,
real life BITCHs.
and they use kids. You know what? My wife, my ex-wife, she would use the kids against me. You know, she'd say things about me that weren't true. And, well, this is really, I don't know how I got off on this. It's really not something I should be sharing with you, but I just want you to know I understand, bro. I mean, you got to do something about that.
Yeah, man. So
So, you've been 2 years without seeing your son. This is the only son you got. Only child you got.
I didn't want to have no kids.
And you're working every day.
My son always knew I was working with kids.
Was she staying at home? She doesn't be in a place spending your money on dope or what?
Yeah, man, you gotta kind of understand, man. She getting charged at this point. At the first 2 years, I was arguing in the first 6 months of my son being on this planet. We was arguing about her taking my money in my child support money. I would give her $80 a week out of my pocket to pay for her phone and just food and gas. And then she would have $175 a week from me working in the express booth.
You're a stronger man than me. Who is this? Who is she?
Her name is Sahara.
How do you spell that? That's a silly name. How do you spell that?
Sahara, S-A-H-A.
S-A-H-A-R-A?
Yes, sir. Paye. M. Chester.
How do you spell Paye?
P-A-I-L-L-E-T-T.
Paye Hill?
Yeah. Her mother is actually a dispatcher for the police department.
For us? She still got a job with
She
us?
still got, I don't know if that's true, but she still got a job because the last 3 years I ain't had no contact with her. But she was an important dispatcher. She was actually one dispatcher of the year.
What's she like?
A fat green old woman.
Was she always signing, take her daughter's side?
That's the only thing she wanted to do. That's what came out of her womb. That's the only thing she did. Take her daughter's side. Which is understandable because my mom would take my side. So I ain't ever know that against her. But when she started keeping me away from my son, I started, at that point I was on child support. I put myself on child support, sir. I already knew in my mind I was going to leave this woman alone and just work hard for my son. At that point, everything is cool. I'm already thinking that's over with. But when I started just giving her child support and started distancing myself from her and not giving her the other extra care I'm giving her, she started going out more. She started acting like she would go out to the crib and make her parents watch her kids instead of making the father watch the kids. And I just got off work. That don't make no sense.
So she go play.
And make her parents
While somebody else took care of her responsibilities.
When I could, all she had to do was jump in with the new house.
But she didn't want to because she wanted to punish you.
She wanted to show that she has collar on her. Because she always talking about her dad in the military, he worked for a Dutch company, my mom was police department. So I'm like, it's me against the world. At that point, it's like, who can I go to? I can't even. She came in for my child support. Ain't nothing in child support. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I'm gonna keep it cool. All right. We're gonna go to court again. And we went to court again.
So you took her to court?
I took her
You
to
took
court.
that bitch to court?
I took her to court, but it wasn't court. It was a mediation. Like, I tried to go to court, and they sent us to a mediator.
Did they straighten her out?
No, they did not. So I've already had child support, court order. I mean, I still have a court order
Okay.
that she has to drop my first, third, and fifth weekend.
So she's got to do it now.
Yeah, that was the rule. That's why I put myself on child support.
So what's the deal there? I mean, you said you hadn't seen her in 2
I
years.
seen my child.
So she just outright disobeying what the judge said?
Yep, and then they said,
Where's she at?
man,
Where did I find her?
where is she at?
You don't know?
I think, man,
That's all
I
right.
don't know her address, man, because it was a long time ago.
She got a new dude now?
I don't know.
Not sure.
I don't know her address. That's the thing, bro. I don't even know that. Man, I just gave up, man. If I go to her house with the cops, they're going to report and bring her home. I did that like 10 times already. If you check my record of anything, you look at Old McKane. Old McKane got a lot of police records. Trying to see his son.
Well, man, you can only take so much.
Yeah, so, you know, I just give up. I just go to work at this point. I mean, she called me at that point. I'm praying she called me, but at that point, I can see a little bit. And, you know, and when I think like that's something that my wife, man, like, it's like that her, it's like, she understands me. And she has the same problems with her son's daddy. I mean, her daughter's daddy, the same problem with God. And we noticed that, and when we started building each other out and understanding that, hey, man, we really are the same type of people. We always try to do the right thing and end up getting put in the worst position. And, man, you know, so, when that guy pulled up on me like that, man, I knew I was there, man.
When you talking about that, man, I see the pain in your eyes.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I see you hurting. I couldn't see him. And I know what you're talking about. I mean, it's been a long time, but I know what kind of pain you're going through, bro. Is she still here in San Antonio? I mean, is there a chance that you might be able to see your son?
Yeah, there's a high chance that we put out a kidnapping. I'm right now with my son. But I'm pretty sure we can find him. I mean, I don't, and any other place, I don't even go there.
Well, you mentioned, yeah, I can't really see that now.
I mean, we went to mediators. I mean, she knew she had to go to those classes because it was her custody. But once she went through the classes, she kept going through what she was doing. So, man, I just decided just go to work, man. Let life take care of itself, man. Cause
But this is your blood, man. You can't.
I can't go crazy on some old parents that's ignorant or a young person who don't know nothing but
This is your son. It's your blood, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just let her keep your son from you.
Yeah, but if I do not let her, and I try to do anything to go on the porch, they're going to call trespassing. They put a trespassing.
Who will?
They have done that, sir.
I mean, but who? Like
The
her
parents.
people?
Yeah, the ones who live with those parents. Her parents like 60 and like 50. Like, you know.
Well, you mentioned the police. When you call the police and they come over there to help you, what happens?
They make a report, they put a date on it, and they go on their way.
They make what?
They make a report, they put a date on it, and they go on their way.
Well, have you ever shown them the court documents that say she's supposed to give you your son?
Yeah.
And they make her give you your son?
But see, the first court order is written agreement.
Okay.
It's written to agree that the first birthday weekend he stays on my premises. But the rest of the week, still his mother.
Okay.
For some reason, she didn't abide by it. So when I brought it up to the mediator downtown, and I brought it up to the police officer, they was like, you just gotta save your money, get a lawyer, and go to court again. So that's my third attempt.
How can you afford to go to court? Do they know how much attorneys cost? I do.
I gotta pay $3,500 for an attorney. Then I
How
got
much?
$3,500 to go to custody back. Then I gotta make sure I stay with my child support after I prove that, cause I'm behind on child support. After I had a good Express News job, I had been in, I jump, I
You used to work for Express News?
Yeah,
What do you do for them?
Man, this stuff is crazy, man. Every day, I go to work faithful. I don't want to do nothing.
Are you working right now? Man, I hear you, bro. I don't know how you made it this long. I don't know how you made it this long.
What, man? And she keep on waiting me like I ain't nothing. The person don't have nothing to do with nothing. It's all right, no, man.
No, it's not all right, man.
What can I do? I just go to work.
Well, you can't just not see your blood. We gotta figure something out. So what, if we, okay, kind of tell me about what's happened when you've asked for help to get your son before. How did it go, or what happened?
Which time, sir?
Well, I'd like to know about, I don't know how many there are, but I'd like to hear about all of them, unless there's just,
I'll tell you about every time I'm there. The first 2 years we were together, the first 6 months he was here, I had to make a police report on her because she tried to kill me, baby.
what'd she do? What'd she do?
She
She tried to run you over.
jump on the car, man. kept going, man.
Did you call the police? Did they put her in jail?
That's why I'm crying because I could have been more than that.
You got what?
I could have been more than that. I did not.
What do you mean you could have done more?
I could have made a police report on her. I didn't make a police report on her.
Why?
Because I
You
love
tried to
her.
run over. That's your chance there, bro.
But I didn't.
If she's in jail, then you get your son.
I'm not self-depressed. I think about everybody. I think about everybody. I see her doing 30 years for some shit she don't understand. She don't understand why men work harder than them get paid more because we have to do more. She don't understand why she was born wondering. She don't, that's, I don't know why she did it. She seemed jealous. She seemed like, if I can just move on my side with that person, so I guess he do that. So, alright. So, at this point, my emotions all around to the point where I do want to keep my life up to get myself. But I understand as an intellectual thinking being that I have to fight her on the court.
Hey, do you think anybody wouldn't understand that? After they see all these things that she's done to you, or won't let you see your son, and you're sitting here working every day, and all she's doing is going and playing, spending your money doing dope, seeing other guys, and playing, running and playing while her parents watch the child?
Oh, man, you're working. You know, girl, you working this time, I'm going to get the fat, man.
So you tell me the police did, is that what you said, the police wouldn't help you?
They did make a police report and they go on their way, sir.
What? Did you, I mean,
I guess the police officers were intimidated when they figured out our mother worked in the police station, so.
well, I mean, you can't let them get by with that.
I don't know, sir.
I mean, you need to, like we just talked to the supervisor. I mean, that's what they're there for.
Yeah, I mean, we actually go to. You know, the police report, and they not even making a report right. Because that's how it's made so they just leave me on the ghost chest because they know I don't really have nobody on my side, so.
So you didn't feel like the police were your son?
No, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's not a good feeling, is it?
No, I ain't gonna go with
Because, I mean, that's who we call when we need help.
that. Yeah.
How does that make you feel? I mean, make you want to give up or what?
Man, want to go to work, and if the Lord want me to see my son, he don't let me see him. And if not, I'm just going to work and pay child support and understand, but this woman don't let me see my child. I can't go on premises because I'm going to jail. That's all I understand at this point.
So you could go on the premises to her house because
I already had
trespass?
yes, sir. I already had trespassing charges on me. You know,
Did she have a protective order against
yeah,
you?
she had a protective order against me, so I just let her. I let her alone, and then if I go up to her again and go on her premises, it's like I'm asking to go to jail. You know, so I still like.
Do you have any siblings, any brothers or sisters?
You got two sisters, bro.
Two sisters? And are they supportive?
Yeah, man.
They got your back?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, when you're feeling, you just mentioned you don't have anybody. I mean, you got them, right?
Yeah, I do. I do take my mother and my sister and my brother for granted.
Tell me about your family. Tell me about your mom. What's your mom's name?
Sandra McKane.
Sandra?
Yeah. McKane.
Is she here in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's your relationship like with your mom and your close?
We very close. But I found myself like this is myself and her because I'm going through so much and my conscience is moving to a point where I'm lashing out to people who don't even understand what happened before they got here. So,
What do you mean?
like, my brother having sex and put me on this planet, and me learning how to live the right way and not have things go according to justice is like, okay, what's the point? And then when I come to a sporadic thought to where I just don't understand, I just understand that I just need to go to work. I won't get in trouble if I go to work. I can't go, even if my child support is behind, I know that if I go to work, you know, I still got a chance to see them, but even though I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, you know, sometimes it is good to just kind of go do something physical, do some work, kind of get your mind off of things, kind of cool down. Tell me about your work. What do you do?
I work in produce warehouse, son.
Produce, okay.
The reason why they cheered me up because I know I'm a good man. I do 3 positions every time I go in that place because I'm physically capable of doing it, and I have the knowledge to know that if we speed up production by helping me, if I help somebody else on another line, if I'm doing pineapple all day and they're doing cantaloupe, if I'm rushing to get one, I'm not rushing. But if I'm moving and fishing better and getting ready for our pineapple, I'm going to help them and save them energy, and we can get out an hour early.
Sound like a good idea to me.
So, and I find myself putting myself in a position where I do extra, because I always feel like I want.
You're just trying to help.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that from you. You seem like a good guy. I mean, you want to help. But it seems like you want to do good, then everybody just keeps screwing you over.
Yeah. I think it's one of me. I think they're jealous of me. I think they just.
Do you think they know you're a better person than them?
When it comes down to society, how we treat people with superior athleticism and intellect, we do pay those people highly. So when you see a person like that in your face and you see that he's not making as much as other people, it's kind of easy to talk down on you, put you to feel inferior because it's like me dunking on Jordan. It's something that people don't do. So I get bombarded with people who like to dunk on Jordan.
That's an interesting analogy. You like basketball?
No, that's not. So I just tried out for October. I'm sorry, September 24th.
Really?
Yes, sir.
That's
And
nice. How'd you do?
I talked to one of the scouts and he said, I asked him how I do. He said I did pretty good. And he said that he got my number that if they do call me, it'll be 2 weeks.
Okay.
He called me back though, so.
It's been 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's been over 2 weeks. Until the start of the season, and it's not that far from it. I was trying to go next year.
Well, you can't ever give up on your dream.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, once you lose hope, what do you have, right?
That's,
What's something else I want to ask you? Oh, we're talking about your family. You said you were close with your mom. What about your sisters? Tell me about your sisters.
one lives in Colorado, one lives in San Antonio, and had 2 kids. My little brother, they stay with my little brother and my mother. They all stay with us.
How old is your little brother?
8.
What's his name?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Jeremiah?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, okay. Well, your little brother and your son are pretty close in age. I mean, that would be perfect if they could play together, wouldn't it?
I mean,
They just entertain each other all day long.
the potential of me being a successful person and having my son and my brother growing up under me with intelligence and athleticism is the worst thing people want to see due to the fact that people will praise us for the things that we do, and that's how this world built. So that's what I see. I don't think that I'm superior in any way, but when you are not stronger than me and you think dumbly, then I have to feel that I have to place myself in a position where I can help you. If you're not smarter than me and you're not doing anything that's stronger than me, I'm going to help you before I talk down on you. But for some reason, these people take their sarcasm or their confidence and use it against me because they know I do have a good right at the end of the day, and I'm really not being genuine about helping. So when they see a person who's really genuine, they take advantage of them to pervert them, to put them in a position where they do things that they don't want to do.
So, do you feel like you've been taken advantage of?
Man, I feel like if you chop my head off, it's gonna keep running on fumes.
So, if you were to make a list of the people that have taken advantage of you, who would be like the top 3 or 4 people up there?
They took advantage of me, period.
Yeah.
I say my son's mother.
I agree with that.
The work environment.
The work environment?
Yeah.
So does that mean sometimes I appreciate the hard work you do?
Yeah, I feel like that. I mean, I'm doing 3 people's jobs and they still trying to find an excuse for me to be right. As I said earlier, being one person that is stronger and intellectually smarter than you, you feel intimidated and you want to triple.
Okay, that makes sense. Who would be that? You got your ex, the work environment, they're screwing you over for working. What else?
That's it, man. I feel like whoever's keeping this world running don't want to see me happy. They want to see me suppressed. They want to see me dehydrated. They want to see me with no food in my stomach. They want to see me thinking like a dog.
Now, when you say they, who do you feel like is doing that?
In the beginning, it was real tough, like my son's mother and it's like the people she was around. And it was just like, and then this society too, like when I was working, people pick on me because I'm tall or I think of a better way to do things and they just find themselves being stupid. And then when I realize that I'm trying to help, they just like, swat whatever, step on my toe or try to hit me or hit them.
Man, you're so mad at me because that just pissed me off.
A lot of things, man,
How do you keep from just, not going crazy on these people?
go to the gym, understand that it's a way, understand that if I save enough money, it's possible. But when I see how much I gotta save, I just understand that it's just go to work. I don't even want to come to money no more. I'm down like $8,000 in child support. I gotta pay my lawyer fee. That's $11,000 I gotta come up with. And
Right. That can't make you feel good.
for the next 10 years, because that's the only way I can save the $11,000. Working for $7,000, $8,000, another 10 years. And that's just if I save my money. You know what I mean?
You gotta live on something.
Yeah, and then I gotta live on something. And I gotta live on gas and food. So, I mean, everything is, when I came to this planet, I understand that having sex out of wedlock was punishable. It was a punishable sin. God will forgive you if you ask for forgiveness and all that. But when I brought my son on this planet, I didn't understand what I was getting myself into. So, I kind of blame my mother, but I cannot blame my mother at all because I had to blame her for all the pleasures I had in my life too. So I can't blame her for anything. She was being a woman and reproduced and it made me. So I think of it at all costs. But I do blame her for sometimes like, dang, I was born into this planet where people die and people get blown up, people get killed, people just, this is hell, man. Like, this is hell. So I kind of get married there, but I also, my ultimate thought was, my mama just living, you know what I mean? Like, just like, how can I get mad at her And I didn't get these thoughts until I had my son, because I know if I wouldn't have sex, he wouldn't be here. So I know that if she wouldn't have sex, I wouldn't be here. So when I get over the conclusion that, all right, I made a mistake and had sex out of wedlock, I had to take care of my son for the rest of my life. And I understand that my mama just was living life. Whatever she was drinking, she was at home, talking to be in a serious relationship, whatever she was doing, she had sex with him. So I already accepted how life is at that point. And there's nothing I can do, man. Just live life, man. Just understand that someone else gonna be controlling what I do, when I do it, and when I do it.
Well, I've noticed as you're talking, you've mentioned sin and reference to God and stuff. So would it be safe for me to assume that you're a kind of a religious guy?
That's what I'm saying. I believe in a creator. I believe in.
You believe in a God?
I believe
No.
because the creator itself understands that it is creating like bacteria.
Okay.
So it itself understands that it is not God, because there's something bigger than the realm of nothing that comes and knocks it off the block. And we just be expecting dust in the ground of time.
That's a little too deep for me. You have to explain it to me, because I don't. That's a little over my head.
See, man, that's the thing, because a lot of people don't have that superior thinking to see above the bigger picture. And it's not a superior thinking, it's just a higher way of thinking. And the fact that we use words to bring people down makes it worse than what it really is. And that's what that's what the Creator uses too, so that you understand that you show your shame and keep you humble. Because that's what the Creator does. Whether it's the earth reproducing humans or this brief time and space area that just grew into a magnificent universe. Either way, the Creator understands. Even if the Creator was the universe itself, let's say like the star in the universe was like my thing. And I can go on Earth with my toe, I can go talk to him. But since the universe is my body, that means that another universe can exist, because the concept and realm of nothingness is a restricting thought.
That's deep.
Yeah, like
Where'd you learn that?
Looking at what I'm
So you just kind of learned that on your own?
Yes, sir. And it wasn't that bad. I look at research on, I look at science, and these studies are showing me, okay, how life reproduces. Science is showing me what's in the quantum physics realm. Science is showing me what's in space. So I came with the ultimate conclusion that the reason why we are doing this is to make sure that we are not alone. And make sure that we're the only ones doing it. And if we're not the only ones doing what we're doing on this planet and in the universe, let's hope that whoever we run into out there is doing the same thing we do.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
You spend a lot of time thinking about that?
I spend, you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about.
While you're working, you're thinking and working and thinking.
I know that that's my hell time. Like, I know that that's when people won't help with me, people won't make fun of me.
Why do you do that?
Man, when I was in high school, I think I was kind of an athlete. Like, I was on TV and everything, so people kind of told me. So when they see me in person, it's like, you thought you was somebody who saying nothing, you know what I mean? Like, people like, because they wasn't on TV, they wasn't me, so I could feel how people, I understand why people go through what they go through, because if I was born a person that was an athlete, and people praise athletes, I always feel kind of bad about that, knowing that I like basketball.
Right.
But I'm still not going to stop. But I know because people don't like me. And so I'm just living, man.
Basketball's cool. Who do you think is the best basketball player ever lived?
The best basketball player is in Cubs right now. The ever lived is in Cubs right now. Oh, it's McKane.
You?
Yes, sir.
So you play some ball, huh?
Sir, I play basketball, sir.
I'd like to see you play.
I do too. But I feel I had to work harder to develop my body into a point where I can take an H2 game season. And I think the people at the Spurs trial see my talent, but they don't. I don't think that they don't strong enough. So hopefully next year I can go back 20 pounds bigger.
You be a little more, you be able to hold up a little better.
You know,
We were talking about family earlier. We talked about your mom. We talked about your son. We talked about your sisters and your little brother. Who else is close to you? You got any cousins, aunts, uncles?
yeah, I mean, I got a good family, but I feel like they're all the same because one hot, one cold, and one day they're good, and then the next day they're bad. So like they would have their days like you know it's family, but you see the same people every day. It's like alright, I'm gonna be the same usual person, but I've been watching you for the last 2 weeks, and the fact that you play with your toys at 12 o'clock at night is really irritating me tonight, and you do it every night, so I'm touching. So that's how my family is. Like we are so big that we do have a lot of conversation, but we're all a family.
So have you had some problems with some of these people?
No.
Have some of them had problems with other people?
No, not really. I don't think so.
Do you have a favorite aunt?
Yeah.
Which one?
I want to say my Aunt Sherry.
Is that your mom's sister?
That's my mom's sister. She just like, cause she had this time of prison, so whatever she's doing, she's not telling you to, hey, I was well, she's telling you like, man, you gotta watch your stuff, man.
She's real.
Yeah, she keep it real, man. Like, you gotta get your shit together, you know, like, cause that'll take you, you know what I'm saying?
So you appreciate the things that your aunt has to share with you. You respect her and what she tells you.
Yeah.
Now, what about uncle? Any favorite uncles?
No. Uncle Bobby, he in Virginia right now. My Uncle Leon, he's out of prison. Yeah, it's cold, man. But,
What about cousins? Any favorite cousins?
no, I used to have a favorite cousin. I don't know. We grown, so I kind of
Most
see.
time cousins kind of grow up together and they play a lot, and if they grow up together, they get close.
No. My family, we kind of grew. Our family's so big, we just spread out, man. Like, you know, don't. Cause we stay together too long, we gonna fight. We gonna fight. How we born that way?
Some families are like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of guys in my family, so there's a lot of testosterone. People want to prove that they something.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that when you say want to prove that something?
You know, they'll put $100 on a 3-point contest or something like that. You know,
$100?
Yeah, you know, this random stuff. You know.
Yeah. That's like three weeks lunch money for me.
Yeah. Just random stuff, man. You know, just having fun, just have a friendly competition. You know?
Okay, but it doesn't get out of hand.
Nah. When we was younger, we used to fight, but I know.
So do your cousins live here in San Antonio?
Yeah, all my family live in San Antonio.
So you're from here and your family's here and y'all all stayed here. Except for the one in what did you say, West Virginia? Virginia or West Virginia?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it sounds like you've really had a rough go of it. But it also sounds like you recognize the things that you have to be thankful for. And sometimes it sounds like that's a struggle. Sometimes you feel a little defeated, and so you turn your mind to working and you feel better about it. But it seems like maybe the part that kind of gets you down sometimes kind of has a little more weight to it. Do you feel like you struggle with that?
Well, that's the truth, yeah. And you know you waking up to not see your son, you want to work for it. It kind of make you dead. So.
Yeah, I can see that. I felt that way. It's tough.
I keep putting it on, I ain't gonna stop it.
We can't stop. I mean, what's your alternative, right? What do you do?
Can't stop it, man. Just gotta keep working, man. Hope that God says that you try to do the right thing. So, man, that's why I'm not joking, man. Like, people are so selfish and focused on individuals. We don't see the harm that we do to others because we don't feel what they feel. I can't wake up in your shoes and tell you how I feel now because I don't have the training knowledge or understanding.
When is, out and needed somebody's help, and then they kind of turn their back on you.
I just feel like the world just turned their back on me, period, man. Like, they don't give a shit, they're just gonna drain me and not let me see my kids. So that's how it's gonna be, that's how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm programmed to see, because that's what I see. I can't tell you that I can fly 20 feet if I never flew 20 feet. Or I can tell you that I walk down the highway because that's the only way I know how to get to work.
I think probably, it sounds like everybody's let you down. Maybe not all the time, but at some point.
I mean, technically, I feel like they let me down because they already had their own intentions, but at the end of the day, I know that they just really had their own thinking. I can't, if I have
Is that another way of saying they're selfish?
yeah, they said, yeah. But I can't do nothing about it, man. But this was my last father's one, so they go.
You stronger than I am.
I ain't showing it out, so I'm just a human trying to learn how to live life, trying to figure out what the hell this is.
You know, let me ask you this. I've really enjoyed talking with you in the time that we've had here. I feel like I've learned some things. Why do you think you're here today talking with me?
I don't know exactly what I'm about to find out.
Well, I mean, I don't, man, that sounds very ominous.
Humble?
Well, just kind of like, bad. It sounds bad.
Me?
Well, like maybe, I don't know, you just seem all of a sudden like, I don't know, I could see a change in you.
And this is something I don't know why I'm down here, sir. I don't know what the situation is. And that's another thing. The only reason why I'm going on with you today, because my whole life, I've been in jail for mistaken act. Well, wait a minute, first of all. The first time I was caught a drug charge in 2006. Okay. I had got 5 years probation for it. 5 years probation for it. You know, I wasn't tripping because I was young and I was trying to see how it is to make fast money. And it wasn't a good idea. When I realized how it was and what they was giving out time for dope and all that, I stayed as a contributing citizen and completed my probation time, and you know, I'm still working. During that probation time, I had got locked up for a whole week, and they just let me go. In 2012, I went to jail for family violence. I got picked out of a lineup because they said I ride the HB. So the fact that you picked me up in front of 30 people there is signifying that the world is down with me.
Well, here's kind of what I got on my mind. I mean, I'd be interested to hear about what's on your mind. Maybe we can, I've learned some things from you. Maybe we can both learn something from each other. I think life's kind of like that sometimes, Because here's what I know. I know there's some things that happen, and the reason I've taken so much time to talk with you is I'm very. I want to understand why. I know there's got to be some stuff going on with you now and in your past that's got you to where you're at today, And after talking with you, I'm kind of amazed that you've been able to hold it together this long, because you had a rough time.
Rough time, but, they said we used to be slaves, so I appreciate the fact that we're not slaves and it's go to work.
Yeah. Well, that's not right here. I mean, that was wrong. We don't know that's wrong.
Yeah, but, I mean, if everybody going to work and having their business, I'm going to do it too, because, I don't want to be like a slacker or a wood that couldn't do it weekly. I always want to have a good job so I can take care of my child.
Sure. I mean, that's not asking too much. Here's what's on my mind. I'm sitting here talking with you, and I see how you've treated people, which sounds like you tried to help. You tried to be good, and people have taken advantage of you. You've given me several examples of that. So here's what that brings me to. That brings me, what's today? I think Monday or Tuesday. I don't know if you can keep up my days anymore. Monday. So I think what all this comes to is that it comes to yesterday, what happened yesterday. Okay? And this is what I think. And then now after talking to you, I feel like I understand it a little bit. Okay? And I may be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Sunday morning you came looking for some help from the police. Because we all know that you came down here. We have the video of you coming down. We have video of you driving away. We know that you were here, and I think you were asking us to help you.
So I was like police station,
Well, that's not really. That's not really. I mean, in my mind, that's not even a question. I mean, we obviously you were here. Well, there's several reasons. I mean, we have you on video walking up, looking inside in the window. We have you coming in, buzzing in the front door, coming in. We have you on video coming up to the front counter. We've got video and audio of you speaking. We've got several cameras asking to make a police report for visitation violation.
So they're saying like they see me in the police station. That's me, like that's me.
Oh yeah, I mean there's no doubt.
Why do you say there's no doubt? Like,
But I mean there's no law against coming in asking for help from the police. You see. And I think what I'm saying is I think I understand how you feel. You know? I mean, how many times can you ask for help and not get help?
you tell me. So you been on this earth longer than I have, so all I can do all I can do.
I know. It's all it is. And when people take advantage of us, it makes it that much more difficult.
Do man, make a very good man. That's what you're trying to do right there.
So, I mean, that confuses me a little bit that you would say you weren't here because, I mean, I know this as well as I'm looking at you now. I know you're here. Kind of, I think, you know, we all make mistakes.
I know you trying to say that you trying to make me look like there's something to do with that shooting.
What shooting?
Shoot, I don't know, man. That's why I'm scared, like, what the hell going on?
Say that again, I'm not sure what you're saying or what you're getting to.
I don't know what's going on, so that's why I'm in here, like, trying to figure out what's going on. I'm like, damn, how can that be me that wasn't me? Like, what made that
I'm not talking about the shooting. We did have an officer get killed Sunday.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about at the moment, and we can talk about the shooting.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, that's why they had 30 cops.
They had what?
That's why I'm thinking I had 30 cops arrest me because of that. I ain't say it because I'm going to say our office. That would be kind of insane to...
So, I mean, although it does kind of cause me to raise my eyebrows a little bit that you would tell me you didn't come down because, I mean, the whole world knows you came down. I mean, you're on video. I mean, it's obvious for everyone to see. Why would you? Man, have I treated you good since you've been here? I mean, have I been fair with you?
Yeah, but I'm not going into that. I know that I'm trying to look for whoever did that shooting, and y'all see me that same morning, so, you know, it's obvious that y'all want to put two and two together.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Why would you tell me you weren't here? I mean, you weren't here. Why would you? Are you afraid?
Hell yeah, I'm afraid, sir.
What are you afraid of?
Somebody got killed yesterday. Y'all say I was in the office, so if y'all got me up there saying I was in the office, then, you know, okay, I was in the office. But if y'all trying to put it down, I'm like, man, I went in the office, I'm scared, shit. I don't know what the fuck. I was going to be talking about my child so I'm thinking y'all trying to tell her on because they was, my people were calling me and talking about, you know, somebody got killed and it looked like you. And so I'm like, man, I'm at home, man. So
Your family called you and said it looked like you?
yeah, I'm like, what the hell going on?
Who said that?
Nobody, I'm just saying, like, everybody was calling, like, it was like, everybody was calling, like, God damn, what the heck? So, you know what? You know, I can't do nothing but say, okay, hey, you know what? Okay, y'all because they're gonna me. But how can I tell you that it wasn't me if it wasn't me? Like, if you look at me, I can't deny it. But I'm gonna tie it down because I wasn't there. But if y'all said it was me and it was me, I can't make that change. I'm running like,
Well, nobody's, I mean, it's no crime to come in and ask for help from the police.
yeah.
But that makes me wonder why you feel the need to try and convince me that wasn't you.
Because I was afraid that y'all was gonna stop putting whatever happened yesterday.
Okay, I can deal with that. I can deal, and I understand that. And I think most people understand that. I mean, I have kids, and sometimes, you know, I've got little kids. Sometimes I'll say, you know, did you do it?
Yeah.
And they'll say no.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you right. Okay, I did go down to a police station to make a police report for my son's mother.
And that's your one,
We did after that, went on. And that's what I'm afraid of, because people saying like, man, everything like that, man, no, it's not, man. Man. Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
if y'all just came down here to ask me not come down to help, and I do down 30 guns on me, yeah, I'm gonna say it with me, because I'm scared y'all could hit me with a murder. I mean, y'all was there, but I mean, I ain't gonna do it the understood though. But, I mean, shit, I mean, it's obvious, I mean, they threw me on the ground, like, you know, I was a killer, so I'm like, damn, man, I gotta stay on here, you know,
and I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I have a job to do, and when other people do things that are not right, it makes it hard for me to do my job. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you something. I was talking to you, girl. With her and her daughter are over here. And, you know, I asked her, what's going on with him? You know, what are some significant things in his life? You know, what is he dealing with? You know? What do you think she told me?
who wants to say something?
Okay. What else do you think she told me? You're right. She talks about the love that you have for your son. She also told me that you were really upset that your cousin got shot.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had anybody in my family shot. I don't know what that feels like. You know? I mean, how does that make you feel when your family member gets shot? That's got to be very stressful.
Go to work, because I don't think I do pray for him, I want to get better. I'm not going to go out there and shoot nobody myself, because I'll be in trouble.
You know, you know what depression is?
Yes, sir.
It's anger turned inward. It's anger suppressed that's never dealt with. Which sounds like that's exactly what you're doing. You get things that upset you and they make you angry, so you don't deal with it. You just say, let's just go to work.
Yeah.
And you just kind of push it down.
What else can I do? What else can you do with it, man? Do a work or make a push?
And it doesn't sound like it's done you much good to make police reports.
In my mind, I don't think it did much good.
From the outside looking in, I don't think it did anything.
I can say what I think. Well, I have another question, sir. Why did you bring up the fact that I went to the office in the morning? What was the main thing? Why you brought that up? Like, y'all here to help you? Or?
Well, that's an interesting question. Why do you think I brought it up?
I think because of the shooting, but then again, he probably just wanted to genuinely help me. But I know I apologize for lying for selling them, but I already know, man, somebody tried to do something like that, and then I was lying there. Something like that, that's too obvious, man. That's too much stuff, man. But like I said, I apologize, man.
I appreciate that.
But
And it ain't hard to him. I mean, I wouldn't let it bother you because I understand. I mean, I get it. I understand. But don't feel bad about it because I get it. Okay. Now that I feel like everything's cool. I mean,
So what is the reason why I don't want it? Like you said,
Well, here's, all right, now, I'll be honest with you. You know, and I want you to hear me out, because I kind of got a long story to tell. And it probably won't make sense unless I get to tell all of it.
go ahead, sir.
Okay. We've had some people call in after our officer got killed. And we've had some people call in and tell us that you were the one that shot him. And when these things start out, we get lots of information. And we really don't know what's true, what's not true. So it's a huge task to try and sort through what's helpful, what's not helpful, what's true, what's not, because sometimes the person that really did it will call in and say someone else did it. You know what I'm saying? So we have to sort through that. But when we do start looking into these things, here's some of the things that we do look at. We start looking for some video because people lie.
You know what I'm saying? For $25, if my family don't like me, that's like the perfect opportunity. Especially if it look like me, it's like the perfect opportunity to say I was there.
Do you think your family would turn you in?
If it was my family, it was somebody that had to know me because sir, I don't know who said this stuff, sir.
It's been, it's not just, I can't give you details because we have to protect the identity of the people that call. There was more than one. But here's what we do. We don't just take someone's word for it, right? I mean, that's how innocent people go to jail for something they didn't do.
Yeah.
So here, let me kind of walk you through what we did, okay? We started looking at the video surveillance around the building. We've got about 18, 19 cameras on the building. You may have seen a lot of them. They're like little bubbles that are mounted on the outside and inside, and they we can control them. They'll turn inside that thing, and we can see. You ever seen the cameras that turn like that?
Yeah.
So what we did is we started backtracking. And what we discovered is on the video, they captured the shooting on the street. Okay, so we started going in reverse. Okay, shooting was at 11:38, and we started going backwards. Okay, we started following the car. We started going all the way back. And then we spotted that same car about 7:30 in the morning. What we had was this, bear with me because I told you might not understand until I explain it all. But we had you come up to the front lobby, look in the window, come to the door, they buzzed you in, you came in, you inquired about the police report, didn't change your mind, and then left. But that camera, we were able to follow you. Went out the building, turned, went down the side of the building, and went across the street, and got in your car that was parked in that parking lot across the street. Okay. And that car, when you pull it out, is clear as day that what kind of car it was. We know that at first we were were able to determine that it was a Mitsubishi Galant. We knew it was between 2009 and 2012. We noticed that it had some aftermarket rims on it. Really, it's a nice looking car. So we were able to figure out that it was you that was in the car. Okay. And then we went back to the shooting, and we were able to show that that was the same car that the person that did the shooting was driving. And I'm sorry, well,
What's that?
I know that upsets you. I can see it in your face.
So that's gonna go on the fact that the car looked like mine?
Well, no, that's why I need to finish the story. Okay. Have you ever rode the bus? Have you ever noticed the cameras on the bus?
Yeah.
Did you? You probably didn't notice, but there was a VIA bus right there. Did you see it? And they have excellent cameras. And it's got you stopping behind the officer. And it's got you getting out. And you go up to the officer, and you're about this far away from him, and you shoot him. And then he falls over, and you left-handed?
Yeah.
And it shows you left hand going in, putting the gun to the back of his head, behind his ear, right here, and pulling the trigger. And then it shows you running back to the car. And then it shows you driving, and you went right in front of the patrol car. And you went through the parking lot. Looks like you hit those little arms. Go through the parking lot. And this is all the cameras on the side of the building are getting, and the video from the bus. And also, there's 2 cameras inside every police car. There's one that faces forward, and there's one from the back seat. Okay? And he caught you.
Sure, that was me.
Huh?
That was me.
Okay. Who was it?
I don't know, man.
I get you, okay? You and I've been through a lot of things you've been through. I've had women trouble. I've had problems seeing my kids. I've had some people treat me pretty bad. Here's something else you don't know. Well, you do know, but when you touch the glass to look in, we got some evidence there.
Favorite?
And we also know that when you went to the car, on the second shot, you had to lean in, and you were up against the car. And there's no doubt it was you.
Why you said no doubt?
Why do you think I would say that?
My family called me earlier that morning. It's obvious, okay, if I went to the police station in the same car that killed the person, and you look exactly like me, you naturally have to assume it's me. So, all I can tell you is it wasn't me, because it wasn't me. Whoever wanted to impersonate me, or whoever wanted to do stuff that day, man, I don't know, man.
Let me tell you some other stuff too, because I'm afraid I got even more bad news. I don't know if you know, but the officer had stopped a car, okay? And there was a man and a lady, and a small child in that car. Okay? And I know you probably wouldn't have done it if you'd known there was a child in there. But there was also people walking on the sidewalk. I don't know if you remember seeing, there was some ladies, one of them was pushing a stroller, And there was a guy that pulled up behind in a red car. You know the red car? And there were two more cars that stopped. Altogether, there was 15 witnesses that saw it, plus the video.
Yeah, but
Hold on, I need to explain it to you, okay? We've shown the lineup. They picked you as a person that drove up in that car, got out, and shot the officer. Now, what's done is done. Okay? We can't undo it. You can't unscramble eggs. But what we can do is try and do the best, or make the best of a bad situation. And in this situation, I think what one has to do to try and repair that is take responsibility for what you've done, so that the family can have some closure. They'll never understand it. It won't bring you back. But at least they'll feel like the person that did it has some remorse. And they feel bad for what they've done.
so what can I tell you at this point? I want you free.
I understand.
That's one thing on the line.
But let me, you know, there's different kinds of free. Okay? There's being, even though you may be out and free to do whatever you want to do, and you've got this weight, or you've got this burden, you don't feel free. You're not free. It's weighing you down.
You know how I feel like that?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, I've sat right here and talked to a lot of people in your shoes. And I don't judge people. You know, but for the grace of God, go I could have made mistakes. I've been fortunate in having, but you know, a lot of things in my life have worked different for me than they have for you. Okay? So I don't want you to think I'm judging you, because I'm not. And here's what I work for. This is what I'm trying to do, okay? I'm not on anyone's side. I want to help you too. Because you have a burden on your heart. And you can't go the rest of your life with that burden. I'll also tell you that the family has a burden. They're hurting. And they want some closure.
Yeah.
And they want to try and understand why this happened. And there's two little girls that want to know why this happened to their daddy. And you know what I think? I don't think there's really, I don't think it was anything against him. I think it's probably kind of what he represented, you know. He felt like maybe the police had just screwed you over, you know, so many times. And I get it. I understand it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
That's why he's free, man.
And what does that mean to you, just want to be free? I mean, tell me what that means in your life.
The concept of being free and the living spirit is only existing in the jungle realm because there is no other ancient or power that controls the system of thinking in the jungle realm. So when a lion eats, it eats when it wants to. When a gorilla wants to climb on a tree, it climbs when it wants to. But in the physical and mental realm of society, we've grown to evolve through calculations, science, and different cultures of living. So the thought of it being the jungle or being in the jungle does not exist because we have families and thoughts.
That's a little deep for me, man. Can you put that in something that I'll understand? Because that's over my head.
Okay, if you put acid on the table, it's going to do its job.
Okay.
If you tell me to work, I have the choice not to do it.
Okay.
So these two realms of existence exist in this planet. The fact that I can make fire burn paper is a chemical reaction.
Okay, so it's choices
Yes.
and things
Natural
that just
process.
happen.
Yeah. See, in the jungle or in natural chemistry, the higher power wins every time because it's natural. It's like throwing snow ball down the hill and it's going to develop. But in the human realm, we cannot live by that concept because it will only cause violence
Okay. All right.
and hurt people.
Good. That helps. I'm following you. I get that concept or that example. Now, explain to me how that relates to your life, because I'm not making that. I'm following you on the other, but you lost me how it relates to your life.
Okay, so the realm of chemical reactions and the realm of society are two different realms, but they exist in the same presence. When you put me, which is acid, in a thinking realm, you have a concept of a power that knows how to think.
Okay.
So, with that being said, using the word power is very insulting to a detective, especially in a situation like
You're afraid you're insulting me? Is that what you
that.
said?
No, I could be insulting the people you represent,
Okay.
or you probably just not insulted at all, but I just apologize if I.
Okay.
Because the words that I use are intimidating and hurt because I tell the truth and it's the truth.
You know what? I appreciate that, and you haven't offended me at all. What I appreciate is honest dialogue back and forth. I respect you for that.
So,
I also respect
When
you
you
for respect.
put in a boil of acid in a realm of thinkers,
Okay.
this boil of acid has to adjust its polarity from breaking down everything around it to thinking like a human so it can survive along with the others. I am that acid that tries to survive amongst others and have learned to adjust to others. For some reason, that adjustment does not get placed back in my position to where I can keep continuing to do what I do as a human.
Okay.
And it makes me resort back to me.
I got you. I got you. So let me repeat back to you what I hear you saying. You tell me if I'm understanding what you say. There's part of you that is programmed to do some things. There's a part of you that has the ability to think and make decisions. But sometimes this other side takes control, and you have a hard time being able to make those decisions. And is that close?
It's still a vicinity, but it's not entirely accurate. The fact is,
Teach me more.
I would say, sir, I'm just a human trying to live, sir.
What's that?
I'm just a human trying to live. I categorize myself as a gorilla, a lion, or a boil of acid because when I think, that's what I turn into.
Okay.
Alright. But I haven't ever let the animal or the unknowing part of me to dominate my thought process, ever. And that's why I'm confused right now as to why I'm getting blamed for stuff that I've been getting accused for. I feel like I've been in jail for a week for nothing. I've been picked out of a lineup for a robbery that I didn't do, and you know, I didn't get convicted, I didn't go to jail for it, but they accused me. For my whole life, I've been accused of being this person or this demon-like person when I'm this intelligent person trying to survive.
Who says you're
You gotta love me, so you can't really make the assumption.
Okay, let me say this. The side of you that I've seen so far, you don't seem like the...
The fact that people put my name and everything is starting to give up, man. What can I do? What can I do at this point? Say, y'all have everything from me. I don't have nothing.
Well, let me tell you, and I think I have the answer to that question.
What is it, sir?
Now, I can tell you're getting a little bit frustrated, and I don't want you to get frustrated, okay? I want you to just bear with me for a minute, okay? There's one thing that I know, okay? And there's a lot of reasons that I know it, and I've shared them with you, okay? The one thing that I know is that you're the man that shot our officer. And the reason I know that is the evidence shows that, the video shows that, eyewitnesses show that. What I'm trying to come to an understanding on, and mainly it's not for me, it's so I can go back and tell the family why. It's why, okay? That's my big question. The reason I've out what happened, because I've known what happened all along. My goal was to try and understand you so that I could have some answers for the family. And you can help me greatly with that.
So, are y'all charging the murder?
Let me ask you this. Did you shoot and kill our officer?
Okay, you say, before I answer that, sir, you say you have witnesses and all this stuff and for evidence. Why do you just want to come in and tell me that you got me for murdering of this girl?
Well, and that's a reasonable question to ask, okay? And the reason is if I came in here and told you that, and I didn't get to know you, and you didn't get to know me, I didn't think I would be able to go back to Ben, that's the officer's name. His name was Ben. Benjamin. We called him Ben. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to go back to his daughters and try to give them an answer of why this happened. And I feel like it's important. It's going to be hard for them to go forward in life without some answers.
So, I wanted to tell you, I wanted to cooperate with you 100%, sir. If you let me know exactly what's going on. Or I'll let you know murder.
Let me ask you this. If you have that, you said you answered my question. Are you the one that shot our officer?
No, sir. So, I can't do nothing but ask you, are you charged?
Well, you haven't been charged yet, no.
And that's why this is so crazy, man.
Hold on. Let me stop you there, okay? Because here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want you to keep talking like you think there's a chance that I don't know what happened. other than what happened. That's not the issue, okay? I mean, honestly, I know exactly what happened. I've seen it with my own eyes. I watched it over and over and over again, okay? My goal right now is to be able to go back to those two little girls and explain to them what happened. You know, why their daddy's not here anymore. And I think it would help them to understand.
Okay, and see, that's the thing. I can't tell you what that person was thinking or what was his intention was. All I know is I can corroborate what you want if you tell me, okay, we got you down for murder and we're gonna charge you. But you tell me you don't have no charges on you, so you want me to admit to something that you didn't even charge me with.
Well, let me explain to you where we're at, okay? Okay. To formally charge you, you'll go before the judge. Judge will ask you some things, you'll answer some things to the judge. We're not to that point, okay? Where we're at is we have taken the evidence. We have prepared an affidavit. You know what an affidavit is? A warrant? An affidavit is part of the warrant, yes. And we explain the evidence that we have. The video, the eyewitnesses that have identified you, and whatever evidence we have that supports that, okay? And we take it to a judge, and he reads it, and he either says, I believe there's evidence here that suggests that it's very likely this person committed this crime, and then he signs it, or he says, I don't think there's enough evidence here, and will reject it. Okay? The point where we're at is the judge signed it. And at this point, you have a warrant for your arrest for murder.
Okay, so that's an actual fact.
That's an actual fact.
Okay.
And I can actually show you the warrant.
So the fact that I'm gonna try to revert is already passed.
You mean, is there any room to negotiate or get out of it?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm thinking, man, I did everything I could. The only way to pay this society back is to lash out.
What do you mean? I mean, that's... I don't know what that means. I mean, I understand lash out, but what is the... You said repay society?
I feel not repaying society. I'm not no terrorist. I'm not trying to prove a point. I was mad. I blinked out. You know, I took on the first person I seen because I had nothing to see that for. You know, I want to fuck somebody that for. And it could have been a 21-year-old, but I'm sorry. I apologize. That was the stupidest thing I ever done in my life, but it's the only thing I ever really go to jail for myself. How idiotic can a person be to sit there and tell you that? How dumb can I be to admit to a murder, knowing I just did it because I don't care about nothing?
Well, let me tell you. I think it's probably one of the smartest things you've ever done. And I'll tell you why. Because the person that denies everything lives with something that eats them up inside. Okay? And it's poison to your soul. Now, where your thinking man has done his job. You thought, I can't fix this by bringing him back, but I can try and give some peace to the family so they can go on and live the best life they can. And I've got to believe that that will benefit you.
Sure, man. I just want to sleep, man. I just want to stay asleep, man.
When you went to the police station in the morning, were you looking for an officer then, or was that something that kind of happened later?
So, man, I went down to the police station to ask for help.
And when you were able to get it, did that contribute to the way you felt?
It's funny because you understand. So I feel like people didn't try to kill me before. When I was in high school, a person tried to kill me because we were athletes, or we looked like gangsters that were walking down the street, so they shot us. Okay, my mom friend at that point, okay, it's just a gangster trying to kill somebody. I don't know why, but that's what gangsters do. That's why I go around with them. Because I'm asking. I don't know what gangsters do. I got out of school. When I got out of school, I tried to be a working man. And I met a woman that wasn't right. And I learned that her parents in the military and police. And I can't see my son. And all I can do is be out slave and work. So I was like the first police officer I seen. I didn't tell. I was at that point. I blinked up because I was tired of not getting help. I apologize to the officer I killed, the family, the judge, the society, everybody in this country. Whenever y'all give me a death penalty, man, whatever y'all do to me, I know y'all have to prove a point to everybody else that this is not the way to do things, to prove things. But I just want to let everybody know that I tried to do everything I could before I shot that police officer.
Explain that to me, because I think other people will appreciate hearing what you're talking about when you say you did everything you could do.
I tried to be a team player and go to work.
So you mean over this long period of time going through life?
Over the last 11 years, I've been through hell, so I wanted to make the police station feel the burn that I felt in my heart. So I wish I could show you a fresh expression I want to make right now, but it's not going to help.
Well, I feel that. I know. I can't say I know, but I'm pretty sure I have a good idea.
I know, and that's why I knew that whoever I shoot, whoever I shot, it would hurt this society to realize that it is people I ain't trying to do. And that was the wrong thing to do. Because I went from a hard-working man to a murderer. I'm nothing. I'm ready to receive whatever y'all want to do to me because you look, man, I don't have nothing to do for you.
I can certainly understand those feelings, but
I mean, you understand, sir? I work for a society that I do everybody's job and I still can't see my son. I go down to a police station, I go to the judges to see my son. The mistake I made Sunday morning was the worst thing I ever thought of doing because that's an event I cannot take back. One thing I could ask, can y'all give me a natural license, man? I know y'all don't put me on this job, but I
can apologize a million times, but I cannot take back that one moment where I could have changed the events of these little girls' life on one. But whatever this asset, this lion, this monkey, whatever that was, it did not, it came out to a point where, okay, that's what I know I'm going to see how I went from I thought it was a very competition first. And then people would say gorillas because we black. But I really see myself as a lower asset. If a higher intelligence don't know how to contain it, it's going to burn through whatever it is. The only reason why I know that I'm just a lower asset is because I had an event on yesterday that was not in my character.
So is that the first time you even like that in the country?
Sir, I ain't never heard nobody in my life, sir. And I thought the only way of paying back this world before I lived it was hurt somebody.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. I think other people appreciate it. Even though I know you feel like
All right, members of the jury, it's about 5:30. Going to go ahead and break it here. We'll pick it up immediately when we come back tomorrow. Be back no later than 9 o'clock in the morning. We intend to go the full day, 9:30 till about this time. I just got word that there's a storm that is passing overhead, so please drive safe.
And can I, before we break, can I tell on the record the time we're stopping the video so that we can pick it back up at the exact same time tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. And so, for the record, Detective Duke, we're stopping the video for the evening at 19 hours, 55 minutes, and 52 seconds. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you.
All right, and so after we'll pick it up tomorrow. Please drive safe. See you tomorrow at 9.
All right for the jury?